try really hard. And if somebody's like mentally quitting or something like that, then that's just unfair to everybody. So we want to make sure that everyone's on the same page as far as that. I don't really expect that to be a really big issue tonight, because I think the changing of the teams is going to be a little different. And then I think there'll be inherently more accountability because generally there's been good accountability. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that Sharky and Dubbo kind of get to establish their economies and kind of get like a consistent start to games. Having Salman kind of guide that in a very significant way is a big deal. And in the meantime, for you guys, again, there's things that the teams are going to have to kind of bring together. Like there were things that you guys did, Logan, from your side, on the folks on your side, which I thought was extremely useful. And I think our side did some useful things too. Now bringing it together on what that means on a particular map, what execution looks like, I think we can kind of bring some of those lessons together, because I'm not so sure if economy is like the biggest issue for you guys. Economy to some extent is an issue with the Dubbo and Sharky situation, so we want to make sure that we are kind of fixing some of those things. So I think that with the way the teams are set up right now, at least we should be Fassel mute. So what we can do is just kind of work the context where you guys are going to work the map, come up with a strategy, make sure you have making sure that civ picks are happening properly. I noticed that in the last week the civ picks weren't picked properly. I don't think there's a context where people can just say, "Oh, I'm just gonna do this because that's what I feel like it." That doesn't really exist in a team game. You literally have to play with the team. Single unit, bad idea. It just doesn't exist. You have to work the context. I think generally the teams were working that context. They have been, so I want to make sure that people are kind of doing that, even though you'll have a role, but that doesn't mean that you go single unit. Like, that doesn't exist. So I think those are kind of like important key lessons. The one final thing I'll just say is, I've been hoping to establish habits where you're learning about opportunity cost, and you're also learning about what to give and what to gain, and then if you gain something, how to exploit what you gained. And do it incrementally and not like all in. Believe you me, the all in strategy doesn't really. It's not going to necessarily work, even though initially it seems like it's working. So having said that, there's 2 new maps in the rotation tonight. So the teams are different. So the objectives for us are going to be, for Salman with Dubbo and Sharky, a little bit different than the objectives for you guys. Dissecting the map, coming up with a strat. Not being bogged down too much on the strat when you're actually doing civ picks anymore, but making sure that you're just doing the civ picks. It's going to make it a bit faster, a bit better. And yeah, I think the games will still be generally faster. Both games, both maps are made for different issues. So definitely have to be very strategic about how you want to approach the team setup and what you guys are going to do. Both maps, they're both deceptive, by the way. One seems like there isn't that much room, the other seems like there's a lot of room, but believe you me, it's very deceptive. So just kind of work the context. You guys know what you need to do, generally speaking. I expect better comms from Shoaib and Fassel and Logan and Munsif from your guys' side. Like, now you guys are, for the most part, represent the best of what we have to offer as our teams right now. So I'm really expecting you guys be able to kind of like really do some good things. And oh, by the way, one last thing, the amount of questions that Salman and I have gotten have fairly reduced to almost very little.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Are the 2 new maps, are they the ones in the AoE maps? These are what we're playing? And then in which order?
I don't know if I don't know if anybody upload it?
I've already added them up, yep.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, do we know which one we're doing first?
Space Invaders.
Yeah, Space Invaders. So generally, from a game knowledge perspective, I'm not seeing any particular extra value anymore at this junction. if there's some new unit or something you guys don't really know as, I don't mind if people want to hop on or ask me or whatever. Like, I have no problems doing that. But I think over the last 2 weeks, the amount of questions that have really been asked from Salman and myself from a game knowledge perspective have been little to almost not a lot. So I don't necessarily see this to be any more different than those situations. All right, if there's anything that does come up, don't understand a unit, then you definitely hop on and ask. Tag me. I'll definitely be able to hop on and let you know anything about that unit. Other than that, it should be pretty standard stuff. I'll just tell you, most of the times you guys are getting screwed up is not because of a new unit that arrived. It's just because of like lack of comms or like some placement failures and things of that nature, like very mundane stuff. Not really like, oh my god, this game knowledge thing screwed us up. Those are not the reasons why things have been going south in the games. So good stuff though generally. So having said that, switch channels, start talking, and let's get to the picking phase.
What are the teams? You said there were going to be new teams.
Me, Sharky, you, Dobo, and then Kurum. We're team 1.
Okay.
Somebody's missing.
Munsif.
Okay.
Alright, so what roles do you guys feel like playing tonight?
Fort and you two. I'm just kidding.
I'll probably go infantry.
Alright, so you want infantry. What civs are you looking at?
Okay, Aztecs, Slavs, Japanese.
Okay, so first off, we're gonna wait for their pick because we don't even know if Munsif's gonna be here. Second off, Dobo, what are you thinking about playing tonight?
I was thinking about if Sharky's gonna be infantry, I would do Teutons so I could be Cavs and back up with infantry. With the Paladin.
Alright, so here's your catch-22 that you guys are doing right there. You are both doing infantry and cavalry. Do you see that?
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying though? Like, because
Yep.
as a dual role for Slavs, Japanese, and Aztecs, for Japanese you can go into archers at least, but you can kind of go into cav a little bit, not really. But for Slavs, you would want boyars. So that's an infantry cavs scenario, because I don't personally count siege as a primary, as a secondary role. You don't do siege as a secondary role, if that makes sense. Because like to put it in perspective, I wanted you guys to think about it in a trash war. Do you go siege by yourself?
No.
No,
I don't know if that was rhetorical or not.
you guys have to have something to protect the siege, right? So
Yep.
the thing about me having you guys do a secondary role, I don't want it to be siege because the idea is I want a secondary unit to protect your primary unit if you're caught by yourself. Does that make sense?
Yep, that does.
So if Sharky wants infantry, he either has to do cavalry or archers. If Dobo, you're going cavalry, you have to do either infantry or archers. But I don't want a scenario in which both of you dudes do infantry and cavalry, because then they can just come with infantry and archers and you're done.
What if on the Britons?
Brits would be archers and infantry, typically.
Yeah. Is that? And then if Sharky's cavalry and infantry?
I mean, I'm gonna, me and Kurum are gonna round you guys out, so it's not a big deal. I'm having you guys think about this because the past 2 weeks when I was not inputting the Civ's input for you guys, the last 2 weeks, that has been a big issue between the two of you. Specifically between you, Dobo, and Sharky. Between the two of you guys, you always went infantry cav, and I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but the past 2 weeks when I wasn't giving you guys any advice on the Civ picks, you guys also went back to single unit types.
Okay.
So
Alright. I think I'm gonna be the fucking Chinese then, because then I'll have camel riders as well.
I don't want you to vary off too far. You know what I mean? Either.
Oh, I'm going off the reservation, baby. No, I think that'll be okay because I still have I still have some of the units I'm more familiar with.
Yeah, no, Chinese is one of the jack of all trades civs that I've told you guys about already, so I'm well aware. But the problem with the jack of all trade civs is you can kind of go off, you can throw a little bit too much at you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'll primarily focus on making my.
So that's why I want
when
we're talking about civs, that's why I want a concrete answer. Hey, I'm gonna go primarily this role, but I have this secondary role so that I can keep myself alive in case I get caught out, or in the matchmaking, like when we're going together, I can back you up with this.
Yeah. I felt like that with the Teutons, but it seems like, or maybe I'm just interpreting wrong. You felt like that was a bad call.
The Toots is a great pick, but they can't go archers. Their archers are terrible, right?
Yeah,
so they can, because they
sure.
can do siege, they can do cavalry, and they can do infantry, and they're great in all three. So for game balance, their archers are absolute terrible. Now the problem is, if you're going with the Slavs, right? The Slavs don't have the greatest archers either. So this is what you guys have been missing the past 2 weeks. You guys would do the Slav Teuton pick, and then the only archers available were typically Logan. And then Logan's not situated at mid, so that neither one of you guys has archer. Like only one of you guys gets the archer support. Whoever goes to Logan. So you guys just get caught out, kind of a deal. You know what I mean?
Yes, I'm now more confused on who to pick, but yes, I get what you're saying. But
I'm saying that's why these civ picks are so important, like, and why it needs to be discussed as a team instead of, oh, I feel like playing this today, right? All right, cool. So first up, so that's why I'm just saying, like, the Toot Slav combo, I'm kind of about. But I do think the Japanese Teuton combo works a little bit better, because the Japanese can do archers a little bit. You see what I'm saying now? Or is that a yes? That's a no?
I guess as far as mesos, instead of Aztecs, I can go Mayans or Inca.
But yeah, see now you're starting to pick up on it a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Because the Aztecs don't exactly have the best archers either, and they have no cav. Yeah, but that is if you want to go meso. Just remember, gold's going to be a little bit more tighter in these games.
But we still have trade, right?
Well, not necessarily.
It's a new map, man. We gotta figure it out.
We
gotta
don't
scout. So
I meant like we still have the ability to.
Space Invader space will be a premium, so I don't think there'll be room to trade.
yeah,
Okay.
so we need to make sure, we scout, and I don't agree necessarily going meso for a brand new map with limited gold when we need to scout, because you're gonna have to scout with eagles.
Yeah. Okay, I can go Japanese.
Yeah, cool with that.
What is the Archerborns, or do they just have like the top line Imperial?
What's that?
Yeah, they have Arbalest.
Yeah, they have
Arbalest, okay.
Arbalest. They have Arbalest, and they have cav archers, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Yeah, they have the heavy cav archers as well. So, like I said, they have decent archers.
Yeah, and they have the full archery line through the blacksmith as well. So.
Yep. Again, solid archers.
All right. What was I picking for? First, or was Munsif?
Munsif. whoever on their team is picking first.
So colors don't matter this time?
No, we all spawn together.
Do we go wild card and I'd be blue?
That ain't
That would
happening,
fuck
sir.
with their head so bad. I'm kidding. I know not to touch it. But it would fuck with their heads for sure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be touched the entire game.
No, you would. They would pick up on it eventually.
Yeah, but it'd take a while for someone having balls to come over there.
You know what's funny? That game that you got hit
Oh,
by
actually,
that before?
let me see. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually thought you were Logan.
I know. They were like, Logan's gonna do this and this and this, and then it's like, oh, that's not Logan. I remember because me and him switched from I think gray to purple, so he was
Yeah.
gray, and then I switched to his purple or pink.
Purple, yeah.
That fucking game still haunts me.
Hey, honestly, man, Logan just left you out to dry in that game.
Well, still haunts me. Regardless. God, I need a
So
goddamn.
what y'all decide? Sharky, what was your plan?
He's
Oh yeah, Japanese.
he's gonna go Japanese, and Dobo's gonna do Toots. The idea is Sharky's gonna go infantry, dual second roll archers, and Dobo's gonna go cavalry, second roll infantry.
Okay.
I just gotta figure out what I'm gonna play, but that'll be based off what I see. So.
So Mike, can you just talk about economy and setup and
I literally just went on a whole spiel about civ picks, so sure.
yeah.
Um,
As long as Sharky and Dobo kind of like are on the same page. Sharky, I guess you understood the civ and what you're gonna. Any idea, like any questions on what you need to build or what you need to do?
And I think I have to kind of pivot to archer as part of kind of my army build.
So what I'm saying is I'm not expecting stables out of you, Sharky. I'm expecting archery ranges and barracks, and Dobo, I'm expecting barracks and stables out of you. Does that make sense? Like your
Yep.
primary focus is gonna be like that. And now that being said, Sharky, you're gonna have to manage the wood eco a little bit more because you have that secondary role of the archers, which makes it a little bit tougher. But I think you can handle it once you get your eco down. Your biggest struggles early game is getting your eco down though, so that's something you got to be careful about. The archer infantry combo is a little bit tougher. But I think you can get it if you can get your eco down though. So the thing about the ecos is you guys, the two of you, you guys need to keep your town center producing villagers as soon as you can in the early game. And then you want to get that second town center up as soon as you can as well. So when you're watching your resources, you want to, when you see that stone reach 100 in your Victoria, right? Start looking around and saying, hey, can I put another TC here? Or can I put a TC here? Is this safe? Can I put it here? You know, start thinking about it. And then it's like, okay, I can put it there. It's safe. I can put, it can go up. Then go put that TC up as soon as you can, because you want those villagers up and those town centers producing as many villagers as you can early game, so you can get a solid eco, which is going to be the bedrock for all things going forward in that game.
I have another map question. I'm just
Sure.
looking at it. So when you say we're starting at random positions, are we all? What does that mean? Like we all just gonna be bunched up in one spot?
Probably, yeah. We're all going to be bunched up in one spot.
Should we discuss where we want to go?
No, like, I don't know where we are gonna spawn. We're just gonna spawn
Oh,
together.
gotcha.
Because this
Okay.
is our first time playing this map, so I don't know where we're gonna spawn, and I don't know, like, despite seeing the map preview, I don't know the map, so we have to scout it. We got to see what's going on in the map. Munsifen Celts.
Right. So taking my pick.
What color am I left with here? Yellow or gray? I'm going. Why did I just go Turks? What the fuck?
You're going yellow, Dobo.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, scouting is important. But the thing about the eco is you need to, like I said, you need to get those town centers up, and they need to be producing bills at almost all times. Sharky, you've been really struggling with that. You've been really struggling with trying to keep that town center producing. Why is Logan Turks now? Oh,
No, I just the same. I don't know. Same thing happened to me when I went to gray.
I know what happened. Anyway,
Do tell. What happened?
no, it's fine. So the thing about the ecos
keep your
is,
secrets then.
like, so that eco is going to be the bedrock off what you're going. Sharky, I want you more invested in the infantry than the archers, but so like for every 20 infantry you'll have like 5 or 10 archers, you know?
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you have the primary role and you have a secondary role so that you don't get caught out by yourself. Like if you get caught out by yourself, you can still defend yourself and buy time. So it's not like, say for instance, you're all halberdiers, right? And then he comes in with archers, and then you don't just automatically die because you have some of your own archers there, so that he can't just like steamroll you, you know? So that's one of the things is just to be able to buy enough time for one of us, me or Dobo, to get to you if you get caught out, because you have that dual rolled army type, you should be okay. So again, ecos, you want it. Dobo, since you're doing cav and infantry, I want 40 farms out of you,
Alright.
20 lumberjacks, and probably 30 to 40 trade carts, depending if we get trade up.
Okay.
Um,
Is it 40 farms, 20 lumberjacks?
because you're
And
doing
then-
primarily infantry and cav.
Yeah. And then 40 trade cards if we can. Sorry, write it down.
Yeah. Sharky, on the flip side, you're gonna want to go more balanced because you're doing a second day archer roll, so you're probably want to go like 35 farms or 30 with your lumberjacks and farms.
All right.
So you're gonna need a little bit more of a balanced approach. And
And then I guess on
similar
my
amount of
unit
trade cards.
composition, so I guess similar to what you're saying, Sharky, what do you want me to pump out, kind of ratio-wise?
For you, it's a little bit trickier, but so for every, let's see, for every 10 cavalry units, how about 5 infantry?
Okay.
So 2-to-1 ratio.
And then I'm just gonna be pumping out,
So the
not
way,
not
way I'm
Sears, but what's it called?
the way I'm gonna
Light
want,
Scouts.
yeah. So the
Okay,
way I'm
so
gonna want
start
you
with
guys,
those and get switch. All right.
the way I'm gonna want you guys to transition is Sharky, you're gonna be primarily halberdiers and skirms, right? And then you're gonna stick with the halbs, but you're gonna eventually transition off the skirms. If we get gold, you're gonna transition off the skirms into some arbs or cav archers. I'm gonna lean a little bit more towards the arbs so they can stick around with your infantry. And then potentially, if you get some castles up, I would like to see some samurai or champions mixed in with the halbs. But primarily, I want you on halb duty because there's going to be probably a cavalry role on the opposite side. Dub, are you gonna pick Toots?
Oh, is it my pick? I
Yeah.
thought it was their pick.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
their
You're
pick.
right. You're right.
Yeah,
You're
it
right. Good go. So, Dobo, again, for the infantry, you're going to start with halbs and scouts, right? Just be really careful with your scouts, though, because scouts will die really fast to halbs, as you well know. And if you don't have that dual army type, those skirmishers will tear you apart. And I'm sure you already know that, too.
And then once if we do get gold, I'll switch to paladin.
Correct. You'll switch to paladin, but I want you sticking with the halbs, primarily so you're saving your gold for the pallies. You'll have potentially tertiary role of maybe building a couple rams.
Okay.
Because I want you to start getting used to siege as well.
And if we get stone, should I get some Teutonic Knights in there too?
I'm gonna leave that more for Sharky's Samurai. Though the Teutonic Knights is great, I want you to focus on Paladins. You've been every time you got on Toots and you made Castle and you made Teutonic Knights. To be completely frank with you, they have almost always died meaninglessly. So I'm gonna avoid that because you're not the infantry role.
Fair enough. I like it. Alrighty.
They never picked though.
Hmm?
Oh, they picked
Yeah, they
Spanish.
picked
Okay,
Spanish,
got
I
it.
think
yeah.
Spanish. Right now I'm leaning towards Mongols. You got Fassel in Spanish, so he's gonna be building that calf. So those halberdiers are gonna be kind of key. So last week Fassel was on raiding duty, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's on raiding duty again this week. So you guys wanna try to build a little bit defensively. Either leave a couple units home or like build a wall. Don't overcommit to getting a wall up though, but do one of the two options. Either kind of wall up or leave a couple units home in case you get raided by some horses. Also, Sharky, don't forget you're gonna have to be stable to scout. So I will want to see a couple scouts out of you. And Dobo, I don't mind seeing one archery range out of you early game, so you can build a couple skirmishers just for yourself.
Okay. Are there? Do we know if there are iron borers in this?
Probably. Assume that they will be.
Always do.
Yeah. So again, that's another reason why I don't mind seeing an archery range and some skirms out of you early game, so that you can help you deal with some wars and stuff as well.
They must be having some serious strategy going on right now.
Yeah, man, I'm talking my head off.
Didn't get that 10 o'clock start.
Sure did.
By the way, it's going to be pretty simple. Because of space and economy things, you guys are Dobo, Sharky, you're in middle, right? and Salman and I are gonna take either flank. So it's gonna be kind of important too for the wood because gotta unlock the bushes, and there's enough room for both your economies in mid-side. Salman and I won't have as much space, so we'll have to kind of figure out the sides. But you guys are gonna have to work out that mid stuff, right? And but mid requires a lot of unlocking of the berry bushes, so you can even have access to good wood. Kind of keep that in mind.
Okay.
Yeah. So there may be a chance where you're not getting as pressured early on, or as much. But that doesn't mean that you don't do anything with that army. With the army, you'll have to kind of help the sides, right? Because initially mid itself is not going to be like really that open, but you guys are just going to keep working on your mid game, trying to get into that mid area.
This game, I want you guys focusing on making sure you get that ego kind of down and you can keep it safe. Those are your two objectives for this game. Get a good solid eco under your feet and keep it safe. Those are your two primary objectives that I want you guys to learn this weekend.
Alright.
Nigga Mayans, bro.
Oh well.
Yeah. I think I'll stick with the Mongols pick.
Okay. Come on, get that wood. You need quite a bit of it.
I'm aware.
Such bad heartburn from jalapenos today.
Rick, any questions for you? Anything you
That
don't
goes
really
for
know?
both of you guys. You guys have any
Yeah.
questions?
How soon do we need like that second TC? It's like, I know that's been kind of a missing issue.
Okay, that second TC, if you can safely put it up the second you get the 100 stone, do it. If you cannot, you can go secure an area and then put it up. But you want that second TC to go up ASAP.
So if you do your first TC by the original patch as an example, like on one patch, right? The wood patch. And then you work your way to because you and Dobo need to work that mid area, right? So get your second TC up by that by the mid area if you want. Because right now, like, space on the sides is very limited, so space in the mid is kind of like between you and Dobo. So literally, you both can mirror each other, like literally. First TC by the by the wood patch because you don't have wood. Otherwise, you won't have wood, right?
Yeah.
And then you have to work the second one by the berry for the berry bush on the in the mid side. Third, wherever you want to, if you see opportunities anywhere, you know, getting that third one up is not bad either. But those are the first two, and they have to keep cranking out. Be careful about how you want to do the houses, by the way. Be very careful about housing and how you want to do housing. Housing should not block your mid area. Imagine looking at that map and seeing where you think you want to put your TC and where your farms are going to go. And think about it this way too. If the sides open up and trade happens, will they get blocked by all the housing?
Do we know which? Are we allowed to know which side we're starting on? Are we starting on the 4 blocks with the kind of 4 patches of wood, or are we starting on the like side with?
I'm assuming it's the
berry
4
wall?
patches of wood. Probably for
Okay.
our team top.
Okay.
Potentially bottom, but it's gonna be the 4 patches of wood. I'm positive of that.
Okay. So Sharky, what are you thinking? We pour Goku Vegeta and we take one side, they take the other, or what? We're getting swamped if we do it, but
I would go straight down the middle, like mirroring.
okay. So then, what do you think? Where would you want to be if you were one of those 4 patches?
Well, I mean, both of you guys are taking the middle ones.
Oh, we are. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
you both
Oh,
are
you guys
taking the
decided
middle
that for
ones.
us.
And that's,
Oh,
what that's
perfect.
what Kodum was saying. You
I
two
thought
are
you said
taking
middle.
the middle.
I thought you. Oh, I
No,
thought you
no,
meant.
remember, he
ta-
said
I
you
thought you
two
meant.
are
No,
taking-
no, no. I thought
you
you
guys
meant
are
go
taking the
through the
middle.
middle through the. I thought you meant through the berry patches.
No, you will be going to the berry patches as well. But you guys
okay,
are
sorry, I
starting mid,
misunderstood.
and we are taking care of
Gotcha.
the flanks.
Gotcha. I misunderstood. I thought you meant that we'll go through mid, as in, because I was thinking that we were gonna start on the, not where the wood patches are. I was thinking we were gonna start on one side, and I thought you were saying that we should work our way through the middle of the map. It was just a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And then you guys would cover while we work through the, like, the berry bushes into, like, I don't know.
So you guys are breaking into mid, so that should give you time to get a solid eco with
Gotcha.
them covering the flanks, right? Should get a solid eco up, break in the mid, and then I'm gonna be relying on you two to go in and kind of contest and secure mid.
Gotcha. On the same page now. I was just kind of confused what you guys were talking about with the random starting points, and then like in mid, I just assumed you guys meant like we were gonna try and break the berry bushes and go to other resources or something.
No, but again, remember scouting is gonna be key because we don't know what's what.
Arky, you got it right. Between you and Dobo.
Yep.
I'm expecting like a tag team in mid, mirroring each other. Careful about how you build your houses, by the way. Can't just build them. Just be mindful of how you want to build them, right? Both of you.
Alright, so Sharky, what I'm thinking is we're gonna fucking take this wood out quick, so let's not build our houses back there.
Yep.
Because if we do that, then we can run our trade. So we probably want them like almost in between, in my opinion, in between the wood patches and the berry patches.
Yeah, see
And
that.
it'll make that kind of faux wall for us to run, but then also be able to have a gap in the middle there where we can get villagers through to pick off the berries.
Mhm.
Delete the object on the flared location.
Start the game already!
Man, someone sent me a new one that was like my favorite one, but I can't remember what number it was. It's like,
Build a wall
down.
between the two flared
take it.
locations.
Quit touching me!
Oh, is
oh, I like that one.
Sorry!
Alright, Sharky, did you get a new computer yet, or your last? Let's take bets. Alright, me and you are still in the running for last. Up!
Oh, that was
Up.
out.
Up! Alright. Up!
Oh.
Sharky! Up!
Oh, oh,
Up! Up! Ah!
Yes, don't let me down. Come on.
Who will it be?
Yo. Damn it.
Ah! Sharky! Throw the fucking thing out the window. Goddamn. Blue's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
He's seen the streams. He knows.
Oh, I didn't know that they had the pregame and everything in the streams.
Yeah.
We need to start betting fucking side bets on that. Sharky's odds are like 10 to 1. The one time he wins, he's gonna make like 3 grand. Or the first time he doesn't come in last. Maybe shake it.
I'm going left. Bottom edge.
I shall go to the tops.
Sharky, I guess I'll go left.
Guys, you want your TCs. Well, right now I'm already seeing 4s over here. Building a stable.
Yep, same. With the stables and the...
Start up my stable.
Alright, got 2 scouts coming out.
Remember, you gotta keep those TCs producing vills early game.
Yep, I got 15 queued up.
Yep, got 15 queued up.
Alright, my scouts out. Second scout's out.
Yeah, my scouts are out too. You got Logan and
Coming in.
Munsif scouts here.
Alright, I'm gonna go second TC on the berry line in about a minute.
Man,
Yep, just got to 100.
2 of Logan's villagers.
After this barrack, I'm gonna send out my TC.
Got some idle time on the Logan. Okay.
Амар мэнд үү? Барилгач.
Building my second TC here. I managed to pick off quite a few of their villagers, though.
Good job. Farms.
Yep.
Dopo farmed as well for you.
Yeah, I got 6 people on the berries. Motion guys over.
Berries
yeah,
are
but
much-
berries aren't.
I know, slower.
Yeah.
I know, they're slow as shit. Trying to get us to break through, but I will switch.
Once they're starting to build forward, you have the Seed Workshop up.
Alright, send out another scout.
Амар миндүү. Тийм үү? Амтан хичээч. Захир тийм ээ. Барилгачин.
Logan's got
Alright,
skirmish
they've,
mobs over here.
Alright, they're putting up watchtowers all around the barrier line as well. We got skirms, and they have pikemen attacking the boars right now with teal. Orange has skirms. They did a town center along the barrier line as well with gray.
So far, Bobo, there's not much room for trade the way you've built.
Yeah, if we clear it though, we'll be alright. That's what, I mean, it'll be have to, I mean, the houses. That's what I was saying. We just have to watch our houses. If we build them up forward, we can still get a straight line across.
I'm gonna scout right, see what they're up to.
Okay, I'm building a third TC right here for the extra wood.
Shoaib with a post, scout
We
post.
can also go
Scout
kill the
post.
boars and get the gold and the stone if we need. Not right this minute, but I'm saying it's to the left. We want to do that over trade.
Got tower up, you have Munsif and Logan building barracks here. a weird ass wall. You got Munsif having an army fighting boars. For some reason, he has champions again.
I'll send some villagers
أمر من دون
left for my third TC.
발석증
이모 이제 우스키 이모 멋져
Yeah, I'm going off the berries here and starting wood cutting because I need wood more.
발득증 체크를
Also expanding farms.
발득증 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 이모
Should we, I don't want to say YOLO it, but YOLO it and blow through the, trees with,
That's your
the
guys' call.
monitors? You want to do it? And then let's go take them? Sharky?
티모
YOLO where?
You guys are in charge of taking care of mid.
If we just onager the trees right here, then we mine these berries and we can just go hit them in the middle. We'll have to see what's in the middle though, but
Yeah, we can try that.
alright, let me build a siege workshop real quick.
이제 우스키
You know when you have it ready to for
Yep.
발석증
Will do, amigo.
발석증
제주 이 발간
사흐 발석증 발석증 발석증
Alright, it's up, but I'm on a house shortage. Also, looks like there's plenty of space in there to build houses.
Fessel and Schreiber set up on the right. I think it's just them right now, and they haven't really walled up. I got some scouts.
Yeah, so you got Munsif and Logan on my side, primarily.
샤선 제주 브레이킹 닥
Alright, I got my, siege onager being cranked up right now.
이모 샤선 제주 이모 이제 우스키
Alright, it's out.
발간 이 우스키
Pull your, villagers back so don't get hurt. But I guess I got it over their head.
Just
I'll
monitor
just
over
clear,
there.
and then I'll clear it right here.
이제 우스키
And I'll clear enough space so that we can get the berries.
Hold up. Yeah,
Pick through 'em.
I'm just setting some units there to break through once you open it up. Open up the berries.
발석증
Alright. Should be good to go.
Alright.
Oh shit, don't forget to make a
أمر
mill.
من دون
You have a mill.
발석증
I forgot, but luckily.
I'm
Luckily,
gonna-
the
I'm
berries
just-
reminded
I'm-
me.
I'm gonna be focusing on wood. I need wood, guys, so
Okay.
just letting you know.
티모 발석증 발석증
We didn't take a huge gap, we just took a small gap.
No, I know. Just letting you know that I'm not gonna be assisting.
제주 발간
Oh crap! I can't pass through that gap with the berries.
No, I know, we gotta pick through it.
사흐 발석증
Just run your villagers, make a mill like right here, and just use those villagers on wood if you have enough to work on that.
Mill, you said? Okay.
Yeah.
발득증
With these guys right here. You could put it like right up on it. See how mine is? I mean, just so there's closer. Alright, I think I'm through though. Hold on. Yeah, I'm through. We're good.
발석증
Alright, let's go scout this shit.
이제 우스키
Scouts, help, some skirms, no random tower.
티모 짜짜 발석증 비승반
이모 발득증 제주 이제
I made the
우스키
market here.
I made a market here.
Alright, they're already through as well.
Right, yep. Yeah, I see them here.
Alright. I'll send some scouts to attack their villagers.
You have halves
Actually,
and
no, they have
squares.
halves. No, they have halves behind them.
Yeah, so I need to, maybe I'll send some archer, make some archery ranges on our end.
Alright.
захир барилгач бэлэн байна. За барилгач амар мэндүү хаж
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Барилгачин. Амар мэндүү.
Alright, looks like they're putting up a tower. I don't know if it's a bombard yet, I can't tell.
барилгач
Тийм үү?
Yeah, bombard tower's up.
Барилгачин.
Right here.
Барилгачин. Барилгачин. Барилгачин.
I'm popping 3 archery ranges over here. Also, just FYI, me and Kurum have markets. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll over there.
Someone's attacking someone, I can hear axes. Oh, the boars.
Probably
Got it.
boars.
I think I'm attacking the boars on the mid. Oh, he's using the bomber towers to kill the boars. Smart.
Yeah, they've been doing that.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Барилгачин. Барилгачин.
Still a large presence here. Multiple siege workshops.
Oh shit, my fucking scouts are being fucking retards. I need to put them on defensive stance and fuck.
Тийм үү? Барилгачин. Барилгачин.
They're getting too much gold. We gotta do something about it.
Барилгачин.
I'm starting to. I can help you with your boars, but I've started kind of
захир амар
inching away from here, and then let's see.
Alright.
Gold-wise, we need to set the carts up. Get up 14 carts.
Alright, I'm gonna put bombards up too.
Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин. Захир. Барилгачин. 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 Барилгачин.
Yeah, I see barrack stables from both. Okay, I see 3 colors on the right.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
You had boars chasing your bombard villagers.
Alright, thanks.
All right, already got them.
I also got a scout in, guys.
бэлэн байна. Тийм үү?
Амар мэндүү.
Бэлэн байна. И болбой. барилгач
He's back and he's coming to you, Sharky.
барилгач
2 scouts.
Best trade cards ever, Kurum.
Oh god. Yikes.
амар мэндүү
Oh Jesus. Now I just regret making a shit ton of them. They look so confused.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. 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 Барилгачин.
Not sure if that's what you guys were joking about, but regardless.
Twice.
I thought we were gonna keep the back clear, but then we were all like, fuck that.
No,
Let's just not do that.
We are keeping the back clear.
So we have houses back there and everything.
No, like the bottom, bro. You see? We did manage to keep that. Oh, no, you put a house there.
I meant back here. I thought it was back. I thought we were trying to keep this clear, like this area, like to run them through the back to keep them safe.
Anyway, I have some
But I will.
archers.
Well, actually, I will.
have
I can
some-
clear mine
some
actually out of
siege
it.
as well. So if you guys want to, I think we can pressure that if you guys are up for it.
I have stone for a castle, so let me set that up there, and then I
Ricky,
can
how's your trade?
have 14 queued. I think I
Oh
can
yeah,
queue
what's your guys' egos at? Are they at what I asked you to be?
10,000, 170 because I just.
No, I'm talking about like how many farmers, how many lumberjacks.
I have 42 farmers. I only have 11 lumberjacks, but I just pulled a shit ton off to make houses because I'm destroying the houses in the middle.
Okay.
And then I have 7 on gold lumberjack, and then trade cart wise, I'm in the process of having 30. I have about 17 right now, I think.
Okay.
Timo.
He's gonna try and charge in
Barlachchung.
onto your economy. You set up some military units for that because I think
You said what? What type of unit?
Eagle Warriors. They're charging in.
Eagles.
Oh, eagles are coming in. Gotcha. Should I throw out some champions? I have enough gold to take them down.
Actually,
Huh?
I do have. I should probably make some maybe a key of champ.
All right, I just queued some up. They're coming out.
Barlachchung. Barlachchung. Barlachchung.
Alright, once you clean up those eagles, you guys wanna
Yeah, so
start with
I'm.
the counter?
Yeah, I can counter. I'm
Yep.
skirmishing right now.
Okay.
Skirmish with.
I am releasing my units.
Okay, I do have an onager to counter this area.
They're trying to push here.
The Eagles on the field.
All right, I'm coming with those champions. Got 'em.
With Japanese tribes.
Got eagles coming to the
Or
left.
I've economy for archers.
We got eagles coming right and left. Alright, teal and purple, I'm taking out some of their villagers on the left side, and I'm gonna come back around on the right.
Incoming paladins from the left side, guys.
Alright. Got halves coming to put the stuff on.
Moving up tribes.
They're trying to just hit the trade, it looks like.
No, they're trying to hit ecos. You gotta push hard in mid right now.
Yep.
Because they're pushing very hard on the left side. Kunum, can I get some help?
here.
Sector vertig 중.
I'm sending a paladin over to you.
Timo vertig 중.
Have Eagles and Cav on the way.
Onagers.
Cam, oh, that's us.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some on the window.
There, I'm sending Albs over to help you out with the
Sleeping bag.
little horsey situation you got going on over there.
중.
Sending a paladin on the Rams.
Eagles causing trouble on the mid. Basically stalled out our whole attack. But I have some champions on the back that can counter. Oh, they've passed it.
Here, I got some champions back here. They passed through. I got them.
Yeah, through on the left.
Alright.
스위치.
Where are all my guys? Okay, here we go.
Hammermindu. Oorlog 중. Sector vertig 중.
How's mid looking, Sharky? Fuck. When the fuck did they destroy my town center? Fuckers.
Almost to the wall. Though I'd probably need more trebs here. So I'm way down those. Go, we have Eagles incoming. Champions, here we go.
Timo.
More trebs on here.
Alright. Fuck, I'm like burning low on pop.
Rushed. Let's see if I can hold it.
Here, I'm coming over with Albs, and then I'll send Paladin as well. Alright, Paladin on the way. I'm sending all the Albs I have.
But I think it's all three armies here.
아무르민두 섹터 티모
Alright, I got him.
아무르민두 멋져. 티모
Sleeping bag.
We have to rebuild that army. But come on.
vertig 중.
Alright, now we got Eagle Rush coming on the left.
티모
Sector
Sleeping bag. 팀에
So I have capped rams. What does everyone else have?
I think I have full.
Okay,
I can
that
make,
works.
yeah. I'll make mine right now.
think I'll build some champions too if any eagles come our way.
Yeah, I'm pumping them out.
Timo. Second by reduction.
You got a bunch of move this army from here.
Oh shit. Thank you.
Bikin ban. Motchuk. Amrmindu. Motchuk.
Timo.
Oh fuck. God damn it. Bombard tower can hit
I
my
got the Rams going forward for you guys.
I say the bombard tower can hit my fucking siege workshop.
No, like I said, man, I got the Rams going forward for you guys.
Okay. Let us know how we can support you.
Beaten bad.
Yeah, should we push on that side, like united? Actually, yeah, I can do that. I can pivot.
Bikin ban. By reduction.
I'm trying to watch the troops. Alright, I'm taking out Orange's troops.
Alright, we're gonna head towards that castle that hasn't completed.
My trip should be shooting it, I believe. Got some Rams going for the towers.
Alright, it's game, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not
Okay,
about
okay,
Victoria.
okay,
It's not
okay,
about
okay.
Victoria.
Okay.
But
Oh, they didn't know that.
they quit.
Nothing's down, so it's basically open.
They all quit except for Muslim. Adobo, some solid help coming up top. That was good. Good to see. Sharky, I didn't get really to see what you were doing in mid till much later. It was decent.
Sharky was holding it down for us, baby.
Yeah, I did lose that battle though, but I won the.
But I had your back on that at least. We were good.
Yeah. Just one quick thing, Dobo. You gotta keep an eye on what your units are doing. Sometimes, like it's like, oh, I won the fight, but now my armies just sitting there doing nothing.
Standing in front of the market, blocking the way. Yeah. Yep. Amen. And it's not like there's
That
enough
wasn't the
units
only-
to go around.
Case.
Yeah. I got you. Heard and agreed. Are we switching channels, or are we just gonna next game?
That's on them to switch channels.
I like that map though. It's pretty cool. Interesting twist. I guess.
Were there any struggles?
Yeah, I fucked up. Well, I fucked up with the houses.
Beside that.
I didn't really have good balance on that one battle, and then I lost like all my army.
Oh, what was the unit that killed you?
It was a mix of eagles and cavaliers.
Okay. Yeah, so you remember how I said when you started to get gold, I wanted you to mix in a couple champions? If you had done that, the Eagles would have died to those champs.
Yeah.
But I didn't really get to see look at your unit comp, so yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I was trying to back him up with champions too, so that was partially on me because I said that I could start pumping them out. I just got there a tad too late.
All right. So overall, then do the same, but do a better job. Clean things up, and better distribution depending on whichever civs you decide to do now. But you guys got a feel for the map now.
Oh, we're doing the same map? I thought we were doing.
You have the other one
I-
picked. Hold
It
on.
says we're doing the other one.
Uh-huh. Oh crap. Forgot. Thanks for the.
I guess you don't want to do a retro.
Okay. They can do a collective one a bit later. They were doing a good job. Salman on your side, they came in. I guess they came in a bit more heavy.
Yeah, there's 3 colors.
Yeah. but you know, you guys just understand. So did you see how one side became the D and one side became the offense, Sharky and Dobo?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Like you guys then created a pressure point that they needed to. They couldn't. They couldn't just hit one side heavy anymore. They had to figure out the D to defense to offense, right? So that's the play. That's the sort of like opportunity cost. How did the mid resources go? Did you guys have access to them?
For the most part.
Yeah. I mean, they had their bomber towers. We counter with ours. So we were
Did you
able to
guys get a
some.
chance to take any of the resources?
Yeah.
They were taking some, yeah.
Yeah, except for the relics, but we were taking the stone and
That's
gold.
okay. Sure. Not a problem.
What the fuck is Logan doing?
Will you watching the replay? It's like,
Probably.
Or he's probably trying to get a quick game of fucking Modern Warfare in.
Nah, knowing him, he's watching the replay.
Yeah, that was a joke that I think only Munsif would have got. Are you guys play? Do you guys play in the same room?
yeah.
Yeah, they do. So what saves you guys thinking about this time?
Thinking I could go Aztecs this time around.
Okay, so what would your secondary for Aztecs?
Could probably do skirmishers. I think they have a bonus. And eagles, of course.
You're gonna need them gold for them eagles.
Yeah.
The thing about this is if you go Aztecs, that kind of forces Dobo to have some sort of archery to keep you up.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I could be the Britons.
So if you go Brits, right?
They
You would
suck,
have
I
to
know.
do you would have to go archers and cavalry to support
Mhm.
a Sharky's infantry.
Okay.
But that is if in the end we do have you go Brits.
I'm trying to think.
If you're doing the a
I
cat,
I think that I would say that I still don't think.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm just trying to think through. One second. Let me see if I come up with this somehow. What about the Cumans? Back
You could
Sharky.
do that, but the thing about the Cumans is you're really gonna want the kip check for your archer, right? But
Yeah.
that's a castle unit. So what would you
Yeah.
make before you get to that kip check? You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me see. I have to look at the tech tree I was just looking at. Yeah, heard. Understood. Maybe the best thing would be Chinese then.
So you're saying you would probably go Cavalier and what else?
Oh, let's see. I'd probably go heavy camel rider, counter their cavalry, arbalist, which is all gold, and then halberdiers.
Okay,
To
so
start
you're
with the
talking about
transition.
going camel rider, right? Your
Yeah.
goal is not to counter their cavalry, right? Because Sharky's doing infantry. Sharky will be
Okay.
countering
Yeah,
the
right.
cavalry,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, right.
So
right,
then
right, right.
what
So I
you
need
need
skirmish.
what unit do you need in order to keep
Who has the
Sharky's
elite?
infantry alive? That's going to be more the cavalier than the camel rider.
Who has the elite skirmishers or the extra elite, whatever they are?
The Imperial, the Vietnamese.
Looking at the tech tree.
I mean that's not a bad pick actually. You could go Imperial skirms with the battle elephants.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. If I have the battle elephants, I have the elite skirms. Or the imperial skirms. I have heavy cav, arbalists, everything that I would need. Yeah, I'll do the Vietnamese. I'll try it. I don't know the last time I ever played with them, but
Okay.
And then you guys all get that though as a bonus, right?
Yeah, we all get Imperial Skirms.
That actually
unless we
helps
play
too,
Turks.
because if yeah, oh, okay, I didn't know that, but also yeah, that's good because then too, even if Sharky makes a couple skirmishers, they'll be Imperial, which will help out if he has like 5 behind his army. If I can't get
Yeah,
over there,
so Sharky's gonna have the skirmishers on steroids, basically.
is my pick or
Yeah, it's
is
your
it my
pick.
pick? Okay,
He went Spanish again.
so we're going Vietnamese. Okay.
You starting to see how important them civ picks are, though, and how they can intertwine and change each other up.
Yeah, I think that from my end, I always knew, but because we always pick first, I feel like there was a reliance from probably both me and Sharky on you and Logan to it was more of a free reign on what we wanted to do, and then you guys would clean it up with the last 2 picks, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no. But I'm saying this is how a civ pick discussion should go.
Yeah.
It's
Gotcha.
not like, oh, I want to play the civ. Okay.
Well, yeah, I know, but yeah, but that's how we've been doing it because it's like you guys will clean it up, so.
Yeah.
But yes, agreed, 100% agreed.
Yeah, so like when Logan picks a civ now, like now you guys kind of know it's like, hey, will that help me out, kind of a deal, or will that do nothing for me? How will he be able to help me? What unit can he make to help me? Think about it that way. So then when you think about it, and then you can flip in reverse. What can I do to help him? What unit is he going to need from me to help him? Right, and then it's like, okay, so do the 2 units complement each other? Yes? No? Okay, if it's a no, then maybe I shouldn't do this civ. Or maybe he shouldn't do that civ.
Been looking forward to this all day. God damn how much I love this shit. You'd be proud of me, man. I've been trying to work on my scouting. I've been fucking, I think I told you last week, doing
Yeah.
random maps and then
Yeah. You did.
doing that. I'm playing against hards, winning like half the time.
That's good.
Random
That's good.
random land map scouting. It's like it's been going good.
It's good, man.
Found with that though, it's like so I'll do like a giant map with 2 people. Just thought about making a bunch of bases and they go so castle heavy. It's fucking stupid. I don't know what's up with the computer on hard. It's like castle. Yeah.
Especially,
It's like
yo, have you seen them on Infinite Resources, bro? It's like just
no.
castle
Thank
walls.
God.
Castle
I don't
walls
even get-
everywhere.
I don't even get how they have that much stone. Is my thing. Like they have to be fucking using their market to buy it or some. There's no way. Like some of the maps, there's like. Okay, I could build 3 castles. They have no stone in this map, and they're like, we have 47 actually. It's like, what the fuck did you do? Like, did you make your rocks have babies? God damn. But that's the most ridiculous part. And then they never give up. Is the other thing. It's like you literally have to kill every single villager, every single town center, and their army, and then like. If they have relics, they'll just pump out gold units with wood that they have
You
left
went
over
Mayans
until it's
again.
completely drained.
Have you guys figured out the eco breakdown and Sharky and what units? Sharky and Bilbo.
For the most part.
Okay, so you guys know what units you guys are gonna build this time?
Yep, I am going to build. I gotta go. I'm gonna go with Imperial Skirmishers. Back Sharky up. I have some halberdiers made. You guys can let me know the ratio I need, and then once we start getting gold, I'll do elite battle elephants.
Yeah, so when I basically before I break off, it'll be mostly halberdiers, maybe one or two eagles for scouting, initial scouting. Once I break through, then I can do basically Imperial Skirmishers, Champions, Halberds, and Eagles.
What ratio should
I'm gonna just
we both
just
have?
a quick tweak to that, Dobo. I want less barracks out of you as Vietnamese. You're gonna want to do more stables and archery ranges.
Okay.
So I'm gonna want to see more scouts, so that you can
Okay.
transition into either Cavalier, for those eagles, because Cavalier is the knights are quicker than the elephants. The elephants can't chase for shit.
Yep.
They're good for pushing. They're not good for moving around.
Okay.
So you might go into Cavalier instead of elephants, but more than likely you're probably going to Ellie's. Okay.
Okay. And then ratio wise at the beginning, Imperial Skirmishers. They have what do you want, 3-1?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also do have full siege rams and siege onagers, if I need to contribute that way.
Cool. All right, they went Spanish, Mayans, and Celts all over again. So I'm thinking I'm gonna go Mongols again.
Should we try and hit their trade early? Because I mean they're clearly playing off the Spanish trade with all the gold collections. Or is that just something we don't even need to discuss? We'll just get there when we get there.
It's your guys' call, but I would prefer you guys go into mid and
Okay.
secure mid.
Okay.
Attack the enemy with champions. Delete the object on the flared location. Food, please.
God damn it, my fucking room's temperature is so stupid. It was
Logan
hot
with
as shit in here.
the Toots this game, so he got the strong infantry as well.
He likes the knights too. He might bump some out. I went from being fucking an inferno in here, now I'm freezing my ass off.
You
Right up in
guys
the
have
window.
the eco solid, right?
Yep.
You guys know what you guys are doing. So,
Yeah.
I need wood.
Dobo, you're gonna go the balance to 30-30.
Okay. And then trade cards 30-30-30.
Yeah, you're going 30 across the board, buddy.
Okay,
Except for stone, you might want to jack up the gold a little bit and the food a little bit. So maybe, yeah,
35,
probably
30, 35.
yeah, 35, 30, 35, or maybe 40, 30, 35, because elephants are pretty food heavy. You know what I mean?
Okay, so wood I'll do 35. Food, I'll do 40. Gold, I'll do 30.
Uh-huh. Sharky, I want you to do 40 30
All right, 40, 30.
40 30 30 because you're gonna be building skirms as well,
Mhm.
because you got like jacked up skirms, depending if they come with archers, which
Mhm.
Logan is cumin, so good chance they will.
I thought you said he was Teutons.
He switched.
Oh, what a little trickster.
Yeah, so you have like the best skirms, and that'll also help out with any halbs in play. So take advantage of that. So I do want you on a little bit more wood than you typically would go as Aztecs, so you could safely build a couple skirms. But you will primarily be doing Alps, Champs, and Eagles. If you get a castle up, maybe a Jag or two, depending on what they have. If they're coming at you with infantry, yeah, you can throw in the Jags. If they're coming at you with Pallies, which is more than likely the case with Cumans, Spanish, and Celts, because all three of them have Paladin, you're not going to want Jaguar Warriors in the fight. You're going to want Halberdiers. So, do 80% of your infantry will be Halberdiers, 20% will be champions, or let's revise this. 70% will be Halberdier, 10% will be champion, 20% will be Eagles for taking out siege.
All right.
That'll be your infantry line. Then you'll want a couple skirms to back you up so that you don't just get wrecked by archers.
Yeah.
Double will back you up with archers and scouts. And don't be afraid to build a ram or two, Sharky, because you have them. So you can knock down them buildings as well.
Okay, I can't even concentrate after that video. That was fucking amazing. Like, what the fuck?
Huh?
The video that fucking was posted in fucking Discord General. I have to download it and send it to people. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking so goddamn me. Dude, I'm sending first person I'm sending it to is my mom. She's the best at that's what she said jokes.
Hold on, I can't ready up. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Yeah, it's not letting me either, actually. Do I need to download it again, or should I leave and come back?
Just leave,
Leave
and
and come back.
Alright.
They're upset about my early rating.
Probably.
How the fuck does he make these?
There's an app called a Reface.
That's what she said. No time. No time.
I think it's for Android.
So he changed from Teutons to Cumans.
Humans. I already told them.
Timo, Zachar, Time, Bibo, Time,
Alright. Same position, guys. You guys know where to go.
Zachar,
Delvo?
Yeah, sorry,
Okay,
I
moving.
dropped the water bottle.
Bibo, Time, Amr Mindu, Zaza,
Picked it up. It didn't have the lid off it or anything.
Time, Zute,
No need to worry, guys. There's not water on my floor. I was just worried there was.
Zute, Time, Zaza, Zaza, Barzachchung, 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 Amr Mindu, Barzachchung, Zachar, Barzachchung, Bitten Band, Barzachchung, Barzachchung, Timo, Barzachchung, 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 Amr Mindu, Barzachchung, Barzachchung, Bitten Band, Barzachchung, Amr Mindu, Zute, Barzachchung, Zachar, Biboshoya, Barzachchung, Timo,
Alright, scouts up.
Queuing up my first scout right now.
Bitten Band,
Queued up Eagle Warrior.
Barzachchung,
Zachar. Barzachchung.
Zachar,
Remember your mill.
Thank you, sir.
Biboshoya,
And this is why we're a team.
Timo, Barzachchung,
Deaths would have forgot. And I feel like a baby back bitch for just saying the word deaths.
Picked up one of them. What's the villagers?
Alright, I'm running through right now. Purple. Shit ton of helps already.
Zachar, Barzachchung,
Alright, second town center, going same spot as last time.
Yeah, he's building a wall. Second TC going up.
Bitten Band, Timo, Barzachchung,
Bitten Band. Barzachchung.
Amr Mindu, Barzachchung, Barzachchung,
Same as last time, blast through the middle and go. Think we could
Let's
probably
go.
speed it up this time and give them a little bit of surprise.
I can join you there. We just need to build up some more barracks.
Alright.
Munsif has skirms and halbs up. Logan building second TC. Show building barracks in the back, probably for Eagles.
захир барилга чин
ийм үү. Райдын давш. Ушаар сонс. Ийм үү. Бэлэн. Үстэй.
ийм үү. Барилгачин. Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна.
амар минь юм уу барилга чин
Захир барилгачин.
бэлэн байна барилга чин
Logan has an onager up.
Okay.
Ушаар сонс.
Darky, we gotta
Ийм
send some
үү.
scouts out too.
Бэлэн үстэй. Үстэй.
ийм үү.
Queued up some eagles.
Барилгачин.
Ийм үү.
Alright.
Үстэй.
I'm blasting through the wood right now.
Амар мэндүү.
амар минь дүү барилга чин барилга чин
Ушаар сонс. Бэлэн үстэй. Ийм үү.
Захир барилгачин.
Alright, through the wood, and they gave us enough space to each make a mill. We're good to start. Good to start
Ийм үү.
picking.
Cool.
Түгэж. Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин.
тийм үү барилга чин
Бэлэн итлээ үстэй.
What's up with the? What are you guys thinking on the market situation?
Not yet. I need to
Okay.
kill some more boars and shit before morning.
Alright. Let me know if you need some help over there. I got. Alright.
I'd rather see those units go to mid.
Okay.
захир барилга чин
All up here. And,
барилга
yep.
чин
Бэлэн итлээ үстэй.
Word.
Yeah, it looks like we got gray coming through where you're building your houses. And
Ийм үү. Ушаар сонс. Ийм үү.
Can send eagles that direction since he built a wall on that side.
Ушаар сонс. Райдын давш.
I'm gonna go over their onager since they're already got me surrounded. Oh, it worked. Took their onager down by scout. That was cool.
It's a bit near from
Yeah, it was
mill
a- it
there.
was at one health.
Hey, you know what? Why you gotta why you gotta kill my vibe, dog? Why you gotta kill my vibe?
No, I'm telling you, all you had to do was get one smacking. That was it.
That's all I did. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. I felt proud of myself. Now I don't.
Барилгачин.
That's all good.
We
man.
got it though. We got it. We got
It's
it.
all good, man.
Teamwork's the dream work, baby.
Indeed. Indeed.
Caring is sharing is caring.
I set you up.
All right, we're through. We're through mid.
ийм үү.
Third TC going up.
Бэлэн ушаар сонс. Райдын давш. Үстэй. Ушаар
амар
давшаа.
минь дүү барилга чин
Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин.
Захар. Бардагчин. Тиму.
How's your guys' ecos doing?
Бардагчин.
Decent.
Emo Farms. They do have
Yeah,
a presence mid. Orange. That's Shoaib. Has a presence mid.
Okay.
샤 선수.
They got 20
이모 이제 우스기.
빌린 반.
or 16 on food. I have 17 on wood right now.
빠르득층.
12 on food, 10 on wood, and then
아무르민두.
and I've just queued up more for each.
빠르득층. 빠르득층. 빠르득층.
이모 샤 선수 샤. 우스기. 브라이든 다시. 이모. 샤 샤.
I'm clearing out some of these boards, take some of these resources.
이제 우스기. 샤 선수.
이모. 빠르득층.
대신 말짱이 브라이든 다시. 이모 샤 선수. 이제 우스기.
빠르득층. 빠르득층. 빠르득층.
대신 샤 선수 샤. 이모 샤 선수. 이모 대신 말짱.
빌린 반.
Okay, I'm building my markets.
빠르득층. 빠르득층.
샤 선수. 밑에 우스기. 브라이든 다시.
Бэлэн байна. Мотчин.
이모
Тиму.
아무르민두. 빠르득층.
How's your guys' ecos going? What's your current ratio?
18, 21.
26, 16.
Захар. Бардагчин.
You
Бардагчин.
guys know what you need to fix and what you need to do.
아무르민두.
Yep. I'm trying to grab these relics too real quick to help my gold situation since we just put markets up.
Yeah, same, and I have the relic bonus.
이모 우스기. 이제 우스기.
Markets up.
이모. 빠르득층. 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 빌린 반. 이것 어이.
Бэлэн байна. Бардагчин. Бардагчин.
We got
shit, watch.
shit ton of scouts coming in. I'm pulling them back. I'm pulling them to you. I'm pulling them to you.
Yep. Okay. So
Бардагчин.
이모. 팀에.
Watch that. Yep, on there.
I got it. Took care of it. Oh, they have eagles as well.
빠르득층. 빠르득층.
Stuck behind a boar and a fucking rock. Worse than behind a whore and a cock.
대신 샤
You guys
I
got
got,
that?
I got bikes on the way.
샤 선수. 이제 우스기.
빠르득층. 빌린 반.
Shit ton of villagers sitting here with their thumbs
You
up
need
their
help,
fucking
mid.
asses.
Mid's in trouble. Guys, make sure you're trading.
아무르민두. 빌린 반. 빠르득층. 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 이모.
Амар миндүү. барилгачин,
Эжин үстэй. Райдин дашаачаа. Митлээ үстэй. Шаа.
Got they're hitting my economy on the mid.
Can you unlock the gate? Green.
Gate's not locked.
Oh, I don't know what. No one was going through it. Sorry.
Are you guys trading where the markets? I don't see any markets,
No,
guys.
not yet.
Okay, make them. Find the time, make it.
захир, бэлэн байна. Барилгачин,
Alright, going up now.
Амар минь дүү.
тийм үү, зүйтэй. Бэлэн байна. Тийм ээ. Барилгачин. Барилгачин.
Oh, that helps. That helps, Honor.
Захир,
Crap, you don't go for the
тийм үү,
Eagles.
барилгачин. Амар минь дүү.
Okay, I do have Eagles for those onagers. For some reason, unprotected.
Захир барилгачин.
Yo boy, your villagers died to boars. Which you
Where?
didn't pay attention to.
Okay,
For your markets. So you don't
Awesome.
even have a markets.
awesome.
What
I love to hear! Alright, send in skirmishers over.
I'm clearing it out right now. Just concentrate on mid and just
Alright,
you have to
I'm
get
sending
your
it.
trade up.
Yep, I'm sending scouts in to take out their onager and their, Curbs. Sharky, keep rebuilding that if you can.
A resource. Oh shit, stone. Here, let me find it.
барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна. Захир
Villagers, shark, unbelievable.
барилгачин.
Бэлэн байна.
Амар зүйтэй. Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна. Болгой. Барилгачин. Уурхачин.
I have trade cards queued.
Амар минь дүү. Барилгачин.
Тийм үү,
Захир. Тийм ээ. 발력증
대신 이모 우스트레 우스트레
아무르민두
대신 이때 우스트레 이때 우스트레 이때 우스트레 이모
Aw, motherfucker.
What's up?
I fucking do that shit all the time. I accidentally click the fucking town center instead of market. No wonder it takes so fucking long to build. Fuck me.
Sleeping bag.
이모 아무르민두 이모 샤선소 이든 발위테 자자 발리베 보이 자자 세커 발력증 아무르민두 이모
Timo.
세커 발력증 주의보 보이
이모
이든 발력증
대신 이때 우스트레
세커 주의보 보이
샤선소
이모 발력증
이모
Zachar.
대신 이때 우스트레 샤선소 이모 대신 라이딩 다시 샤선소 대신 이때 우스트레 이모 우스트레 이 샤선소 이때 우스트레 이모 말단 대신 이때 우스트레 이때 우스트레 우스트레 이때 우스트레 이때 우스트레 우스트레 말단 이모 이때 우스트레 이 대신 이때 우스트레 샤선 사이린다
Okay, hit the traps.
I can't really do shit, man. I'm pretty fucked.
Trap. I lost the
Up
castle.
right here. They're just gonna kill my guys right when they fucking come out.
Where's the infantry?
Pumping them out.
I'm trying to get it out, but they're fucking all around my.
I have eagles there, but being countered.
Fuck, man, my gold's so fucking. Such a fucking dumbass building fucking town centers to the fucking markets. Fuck.
대중
Hammermindu trên bàn. Một chừng. Dạ. Барилах чим.
Амар миндүү.
Hammermindu. Тийм ээ. Уурхач.
Тийм үү. Барилгачин.
Захир. И болгоё. Барилах чим.
I'm losing the right, so I need to move.
Амар миндүү.
Yeah, we got a ram attacking our Victoria. I'm sending scouts over to them.
Now I took it down, but
They won this game.
so
Fix your economies. Fix the situation. Stop talking about fucked up this, that, and the other. Talk about things that are useful. You need food and wood. That gets you gold. That gets you infantry, skirmishers. You guys can do that. Why can't you guys do that?
Битэн байна. Барилгачин.
I'm on chasing your cataphracts.
you're right. So now I'm recovering. I've recovered my economy. So I'm
Yep,
building some
there's
eagles
that.
to shore up the building on the front.
Trying to get my market situation worked out too. Same time. Alright, trying for their tribs here.
샤선실 따라준다 대중
이모. 자자.
이모 일단
반.
샤선 이모 대중 샤선실 샤다 이모 이틀에 우스트
Yeah, I've completely lost mid.
Hammermindu.
대중 대중 이모
بردخشن
샤 선수 대중 이케 우스키 샤 선수
So what are you guys doing? I see like you're not. I don't give a damn about losing. What are you guys doing to stop it?
Oh, I can't even get my guys out of my base because we just got raided.
You just need to focus on defending. I'm cutting into their base right now. You guys need to defend.
I mean, I'm pumping out. I have
Building barracks on that gate.
yeah, I have 6 barracks on your side, 6 barracks is on, or 5 barracks is on the other side. I'm pumping out halves to try and stop all this cav shit.
Eagles to counter any siege that comes our way.
샤 선수 우스키
Bunch of Kipchaks, so skirmishers.
대중
아무리 놀랐었지.
There's a gap here behind the archer range. 이케 우스키
이모 بردخشن
샤 선수 우스키 이모 대중 알짱 이모 샤선 이모 우스키 이케 우스키 샤선 우스키 대중 대중 알짱
Beacon by
I'm taking out their rams.
버드충.
이모 이케 우스키
티모. 먹충.
대중 이모 우스키 샤선 우스키
So we got teals in. Teals in.
아무리 먹충.
대중 이모 우스키
Don't keep queuing up there. Just rally them.
What do you mean?
Rally the units, Sharky. You don't have enough.
You mean Dobo?
Sharky and
Oh.
you both.
Okay.
Sitting back.
The crowd's coming in.
Break it. To lose my team.
Counterattack. They lost everything. They lost everything.
Because they put everything here.
Yep.
How did we win that?
Because you guys defended.
Alright.
You see how the way I did it is I went on the offensive and I told you guys just defend, right? So by all you just defending, you let me do offense completely. You see what I'm saying?
I
Yes,
do, I just didn't know what the fuck was going on. What was going on?
Oh, I was going deep. I was going
I was
deep.
like-
Hey, that's what he said. Shit. All right.
Yeah, you can look.
All right, so I think there's a problem, right? Because between you and Salman, there's simply no victory path at all, ever, period.
Bildim ben.
There was. It's just scaled. You guys just unfortunately did not properly push. And what
it
I
doesn't
mean
matter.
by
It's
hold on. You said
we
it.
have a different problem, right? We have a different problem, right? Because you can say what you want to say as far as a layered push, but Saman is the better player. You know, we dropped in on the tail end of the thing. A layered push would have been immediately countered, where we are weak on the weak side. Pretty much clean up and end, and all they need is you to help D up, right? So no matter what we layer, there was sufficient defense from blue to essentially just stretch out the game, so to speak. Point is that there just is no path, and basically Munsif dropped off, right? There was simply no opportunity, nor did the team understand if especially with guys like Saman and yourself, will allow any of your teammates to basically call it. So anyway, amplifying some of the frustration on our side. So
Can I say something?
Well, hold on. No.
I agree 100% with him. I do. I mean, I think that everything he says is right. There was no path to victory, and when you guys are on the same team, I agree. I mean, honestly, I mean, there were times where I thought me and Sharky should say we quit. You know,
Yeah, there was a difference.
There's
There's a difference. I know there's an honest feedback, but there's a difference that's over here, which is you needed to learn how to D when you did not have gold.
Yeah, that's
You needed to learn to use food units. Period. That's all you needed to do. And on the flip side, I'm kind of curious. Game knowledge, right? Let's talk that. So they're not there. Honestly, Dobo and Sharky, for the most part, are kind of neutered big time. I want to know that when you're getting charged by Cav only, I on purpose made only Cav. I made nothing else. Okay? I made nothing else. You tell me how you do not bring Scorps into the picture at all. Like, you go heavy on Siege, right? Nobody thought that Scorpions would completely destroy, utterly annihilate any cavalry charge that's coming. It's not a game knowledge thing. It's just that you guys double down. Now, hear me out. You double down on pikes, and what I want to know from the opposite team is you layered everything, making good pushes, excellent pushing back, took the Fatoria, great job, and then you saw only cavalry coming, and repeatedly it's doing, like, damage, it's kind of stopping, but you're still making that push, you're still kind of pushing, due to numbers mostly. But the thing is, what I want to know is, when cavalry was coming your way, what did you make a distinction between the type of cavalry that was coming your way? And that's just a general question to the team. Like, did you say, hey, this is paladins that are coming, or hey, or just people were just saying cavalry is coming?
Yeah. Basically, there was. In fact, Logan had to correct Shoaib a few times. I say no, that's cataphracts, but Shoaib said whatever, it's cavalry.
Oh
right?
shit! No, that's a mistake. That's a big mistake, because cataphracts literally destroy pikes.
Yeah, I know that.
But hold on. What I'm saying is, after the first two attempts, where the cavalry charges were kind of getting and basically destroying the trebs, why double down on that many trebs and maybe a couple of onagers, as opposed to, there was nothing to pancake, right? Like tell me what was there to really pancake? Like, there was nothing to pancake. All you go is say, hey, that literally their army is nothing, right? Like, infantry barely, skirmishers, maybe some swordsmen, right? Like, nothing of that significant. And then Logan did a great job with the kip checks, right? So you guys got the archers to take out any infantry that's coming your way. I just don't really understand why scorpions, if this was the moment for you guys, right? Scorp. Krebs behind Scorps. GG. There's nothing to do. You literally just sit, because that's how you were moving, by the way, just so you guys know. You were moving methodically with your pikes. You had Munsif made like, hey, you know what, you're gonna take out 3 or 4 trebs, I'm gonna make 10 or 12 trebs, right?
That was me.
Okay, fine. It was you. I didn't really pay attention to the colors. So you double down on trebs, right? And what I'm saying is, you were only faced with a mobile army that was cavalry, which was a combination of cataphracts and paladins, right? Literally, in this game, it's rock, paper, scissors. So all you gotta do is build Scorps and call it a day.
The problem is for us, I mean, yeah, one issue is we didn't call that, obviously that was definitely a gap, but then also with the amount of, I think, pallies and the amount of cav that was coming in, even if you had, let's say, 10, 15 Scorps, I mean, you would have still gotten to my trebs.
I'm saying that you just didn't have only that, right? I mean, you weren't by yourself, Shoaib. Why? Logan wasn't helping you? Why? Fatal wasn't helping you? Munsif wasn't helping you? So my point is, great job with the initial context of setting up that pace. Honestly, I mean, because the other 2 players kind of dropped and they kept complaining like, hey, we don't know what we're doing. Well, the whole point is that, listen, you don't, and by the way, the conversation was all around the gold, when all they needed to do was actually use their food and wood economy to generate the infantry and archer combination, which is skirmishers and pikes. That's all they could really do. The key, though, is that you have to identify what was the force that was really destroying, right? The force that was destroying is a mobile force. And by the way, when you guys made, even after the issues with the pushes, right? When you kind of got into that corner, you remember where you made that push like into that corner? Literally, you can protect your siege, your scorpions, because you built around it. I liked how you were kind of like moving forward and building, but the Scorps would have been super protected. So all I'm saying is the Scorps wouldn't be by themselves. I mean, you had Fassel. By the way, Fassel did a great job. He was doing some hits in the back, which was great, right? So it's like we had to make a call. Do we help stop Fassel, or do we stop the charge up front, right? And more importantly, Salman's not like really there. So the key to all of this was this. Did you guys identify what Salman was? Just out of curiosity. So Salman was Mongols, correct? So, which one of you was in the best position to handle Salman? Like, what units did you need to handle Salman, really? My just honest question.
Technically, I think it could have been Logan, most likely.
Okay. Right, because Logan has when Cumans, correct, Logan?
Yeah.
So Logan, when you're going against Mongols, think about it, just kind of out of the blue. So Kipchaks can kind of go toe-to-toe with the Mongolai archers, correct? Like, they just generally can. Just, if you don't know, yes, they can. And then you have, like, a good siege complement in your siege workshop, correct? So, honestly, onagers plus your Kipchaks and maybe infantry if you need to, right? You are literally the diametric opposite of whatever Salman can do. And here's a bonus. Here's a bonus for you. Who had bombard towers, by the way, in this? I know Fassel, were you Teal? Who was Teal?
Fassel.
Fassel was Teal? Yeah, so Fassel makes some defensive bombard towers, like for D purposes, right? And Logan is holding Salman off, right? You've got 2 players kind of down. And think about it. And the only thing you have to worry about is cavalry, correct? So, basically the guy who's running siege literally does Scorps because he absolutely has to worry about nothing else, right? Like, did you have to worry about onagers coming pancaking you guys, by the way? No. So you could really pack your position. So what I'm saying is literally You send Logan away because he's the best guy who can defend. Go toe-to-toe with Salman, really, on defense, right? You're not expecting Logan to go and push Salman. That's not what you're expecting. You're expecting Logan, hey, hold him off, and we'll build some bombard towers there for you, not a problem. But you go siege Kipchucks and just kind of muck it up for Salman, and you're good. You're Gucci there. Munsif, you and Faisal as a single core unit. Where Scorpions, only because, you know, you're not seeing like big forces coming your way, you know, literally you're not. So all you do is have your Trebs, you got your Scorps, you got some pikes, not a whole ton, right? You can have your pikes there if you need to. And then Faisal has his mobile Paladins. By the way, just so you know, Paladins can go toe-to-toe with Cataphracts and kind of win the fight, technically. And because the Byzantium units are cheaper, but they're not as good as like maybe the Spanish cavalry, for example. So all I'm saying is, even if Faisal goes toe-to-toe with my cavalry, correct? With the blue cavalry, you win. You literally just win. There's nothing to do here. And Faisal, which kind of was doing, you know, he was forward building with the bombard towers, and you guys were building going forward, which was perfect. So I think you literally just came that close. All you needed to do was address the fact that you've got a bunch of cavalry coming, right? So just all you have to do is do this. Okay. More than likely, so when I'm doing civ picks, so if I were you guys and I was doing civ picks, right? By the way, great change. I don't know who decided. Did you guys as a team decide to get Logan to change from Teutons, by the way? Who did that?
I called that up.
Damn straight.
Well, actually, I called.
That was the best move.
He wanted Teutons, and then he's like, wait.
Oh shit! Oh shit! No.
I want to go Cumans.
No. That Cumans pick, knowingly or unknowingly, in this case unknowingly, was a great counter pick. Actually, it was nice. It was a nice pick, by the way. So kudos to you on that. All I'm saying, guys, is like when you did a nice counter pick, you didn't use the counter. Just let Logan do the counter. And Logan doesn't have to push against Salman. He just stall him, and you win.
Okay, so anyway, we have to clarify a few things, right? We need to be able to, Khurram, you need to be able to call a resignation on your side, because Salman certainly won't, right? So if the objective of the game is to reward the team that's understanding how to orchestrate a layer, and if all the battling is happening in a 3v3 setup, right, in mid, then you can't have the shenanigans sideshows, right? You can't just say, okay, well, clearly we're losing mid, so y'all need to double down, hold mid, while I go hit them on the weak side where they have no pop availability for. So obviously those are open available options, but in my mind those defeat the objective, which is create the correct layer setup and engage, and look at, if your side gets rolled, resign, and we'll go at it again where you learn and do the next proper engagement. The prolonging doesn't make sense to me.
Faisal, quick thing here. You guys also need to learn how to defend one side and attack another side.
It was being defended, dude. You know it. I was defending.
I know you were defending, right? Right? But you couldn't hold. So that.
Okay, but that's what the point is, right? That's the point. The point isn't that we overcommit to a main goal objective, which I happen to agree should be a showdown on a layered setup. Everything you're talking about has absolutely zero zilch nothing to do with the main idea of why we're playing these particular games, right? Then your goal is just to stretch it out and figure out how to either deny the defeat on your side or to cause...
One more thing, Salman, hold on. One more thing, Salman. The idea wasn't... We saw you come in, we let you go through. The idea was to fight against the time who's the first one who get the other person victorious. So we saw you coming, we let you destroy the whole thing. Our objective was to get to the victorious first. And
So
then
this
wait,
is, you guys
wait,
keep going
wait,
back to the
wait,
stupid
wait.
fucking base race. I hate the base race.
I
One
know,
of you
I know.
needs to defend. Okay? Someone
Okay,
needs to
hold-
defend. Fassel defended. Good job.
Can
All right?
I finish?
No, hold
Okay,
on, Munsif. No, hold on,
because I didn't get
Munsif.
to my point. I didn't go to my point. Hold on, calm down. I know I'm against that too, and I don't like that too. I didn't get my point, so I don't have to get very agitated. Which I'm against too, that rate pace, which is very stupid. We don't know anything based on that. But anyways, so the objective initially, this old strategy, my understanding was based on who's gonna get Fitoria first. So we were in way very close to get the Fitorias. So that's why we led the whole lane in the back. And if you saw, we just kept making walls and walls just to gain some time to get to the Fitorias. And then to my surprise, when the Fitorias are done, I was telling everybody else, hey, the game finished, we got the Fitorias. And then I learned, hey, guess what? That's not the objective of the game. So if I knew initially that's not the objective of the game, I would not let that side go by
Munsif,
itself.
we haven't
by
played the
itself.
Fitoria objective in 2 months. We have not played the Fitoria objective in 2 months. So I
I've
don't
been
know where
playing-
you have been.
I've been playing the objective since always. I don't know when it changed, but
It
apparently I
changed
didn't know
2
about it.
months ago.
I mean, to be fair, I thought that was the objective.
Well, me too. I don't know when it changed, but maybe between you guys.
I'm
you
just,
decide.
I'm just
No,
being, I'm just
we
being
have-
objective here. I'm just
we
being
have-
objective here. That's
We
all.
have said it many times over. The Fitoria doesn't matter anymore. Now the big thing is you guys need to learn how to defend one side and attack another, right? If that means pulling a player off the offense, then you need to pull a player off offense. Now how do you compensate a player getting pulled off of the offense? How do you compensate that? How do you compensate the layering? That is
All right,
why
and
it is
so-
important, Fassel.
You're right, and okay, and it was done. So, to answer your question, it was addressed. You were not unencumbered. You definitely had to get some work to do, right? So, but that detracts from my point, which is you have to concede your team lost the layered encounter. And this is the point I'm drawing out. Between Blue and yourself, there is no path to do anything but resign, regardless of any gains we make, because you particularly, Saman, simply will not resign. So I am making an appeal to Huram that if you want to play this particular composition, there has to be a willingness for Huram to resign. Period.
Guys, here's the thing. I made the game type, so technically I'm the game master, right? So please respect that and understand what we're trying to train here. Our team had an objective. Now, apparently, for some odd freaking reason, and I don't know why, and I need everybody to chime in on this. How the hell are some players thinking Fitoria is an objective, even though last week multiple times, Fassel, you've been attacking the Fitoria and I've been saying, why the freak are you ever going there? We don't care about it. Stop attacking Fitorias. I've repeatedly said that on when you guys were on my team. I additionally said Fitoria isn't the objective. Go for the goddamn economy and kill the market. So the last few weeks we've been playing, we've actually ignored Fitorias, and we've been killing people on the economy. Having said that, what I'm saying is, the games, for the game to technically be, and here's what happened, right? And I know what the hell happened here. You guys are thinking the objective is the Fitoria for some reason. That's really not the understanding here. Absolutely, it's not. And whether Jobo thinks or not, it's almost kind of, to some degree, irrelevant. The more important thing is that the difference between the first and the second game is, I don't know if you guys were really thinking that the real objective is really the Fitoria.
No, I
So
can
this is the
clarify.
part- this is the
I can
part-
clarify
yeah.
that. Yeah, so I was gonna say, I mean, on our team, I think, anyways, I think maybe with the confusion Munsif had was, I think the first game, right, tonight, right, where you guys kind of obviously focused more on the mid, and you guys kind of took our Fitorias out, and that hurt us a lot, right? At least in our team. So I think that was definitely, I guess, a mini objective of the game is to try to, of course, get control of mid this particular game, which I think we did a decent job in doing that, right? And then just to get the Pretorius out to hurt, not necessarily as in, hey, we'll win the game if we get the Pretorius, right? So I think that was maybe only a Munsif thing, which maybe I guess he didn't, he was, I guess, confused on that from previous weeks. But anyways, I think in hindsight, obviously, I think the best thing we should have done in this game is once we did push mid hard and we, let's say, took out the Pretorius or whatever, because basically mid, we didn't really have any threat, if I think about it in hindsight, of you guys pushing us back out of mid, right? You guys didn't really have any siege to push us back, for example, right? So technically, I mean, even if, let's say, I left, let's say 2 people in mid, technically, right, we would have not lost necessarily, gotten like hurt there, and then we could have had, taken control of the left lane right back. Because it's not like Saman obviously had that much necessarily stuff there, right? We could have taken that out.
He did.
I think in hindsight, basically, I should have, like, even if it needed to be maybe Logan, and maybe even one other person potentially, but technically 2 people could have easily pushed him back on the left side. I think the problem was on our side. I think we didn't make the call after the Pretorius got taken down, and we kind of like cleared you guys out. We didn't make a call like, okay, let's pause here, like stabilize the left, and then we can come back. Right, either
so this is Shoaib, you're contributing more to, I'll even say, my confusion, right? So let me I'm gonna let Khurram have the final say on this, but let me be extremely clear about what I was pretty crisp on, right? Which is the objectives of these game types, and even the switching around of characters, right? Players, is simply we want to create the 3v3 engagement, like showdown, 3-on-3, right? Set up a layered death ball either side. The one side that's struggling has to figure out how to, defuse the death ball, right? And so you can't just quit right away. You have to see, if you can, as you're getting screwed, if you can figure out a solution. So I agree at that junction, resignation doesn't make sense, right? Now, if you cannot, and you can completely get pushed back by the death ball because you simply couldn't answer it, just freaking resign, because the objective was completed. So then it's the same for the other team too, right? So for me, the objective was, I agree, in this case, the Pretorius happened to be pretty much the last line of defense for mid to go down. So pretty much, at that point, you can call it. To me, in this particular map type only, the Pretoria simply represents that, the death ball got initiated, and it basically was unstoppable. We had and you can choose to call it, right? So that's my understanding. Now, somebody needs to correct me if I've been thinking this whole thing wrong, Khurram.
Yeah. So absolutely, it's different because the maps are different and the teams are different. So what we kind of talked about last week's, based on the maps, is completely different because even the teams are different. So let me make sure that everybody clearly understands what we're talking about here. If I wanted only a mid fight, I don't give a damn about the side lanes. I would just block them out entirely, and we just do like a mid to mid fight. That's not how the map is set up, though. So in the map, if you notice, they're side resources, right? Now you guys have chosen to ignore them, right? That's on you. So there's an opportunity cost, okay? In the last game, you guys were like, okay, we're gonna make a push. By the way, great push. Saman was under big pressure, okay? Problem is, mid entirely got neglected. And the one guy that was there, Fassel or whatever, ended up getting screwed, and it was so impactful that I don't know if you guys were paying attention, but I want you to pay attention to this. We had a tug of war situation, which was mid making a push and the side lane trying to defend. For you guys, it got flipped actually. For you, it was side lane is the push and mid is the defense. Here's the issue though. The issue is that at that time, Sharky, because of, whether they're good or they're not that great, and generally there is a skill gap. If you notice, in both games, I actually never came mid as much. So I just want you to understand that, right? So Sharky and Dobo are really trying to deal with mid. Salman's trying to do what he can on his side, and actually, you guys don't know this, but he asked for some of my assistance because you guys were actually doing a great job last time. So here's the breakdown of what's going on. I can potentially, because of the skill gap between what's happening in mid, come early and help the low-rated players initially. I'm not doing it at all, right? Like, I'm not doing it at all. Low-key, there's some issues that we have to kind of work out on this game. However, the reason why you guys kind of lost momentum in the first game, and actually you guys did a better job in this game, just because you just happened to be all corralled. But what I'm trying to tell you is there's points of learning that have to happen on our side, which is Sharky and Dobo still need to work the eco, still need to build the right unit types, and they got like discombobulated to some extent, and then they went through basically, by the way, whatever the problems there are here, the moment we change our teams, they're going to bring them all to you. So basically it was like, hey, I don't have gold, so I can't build anything. Period. Which actually was not the case, right? It was just not the case. So that was a real-time learning moment for them to figure out how they're going to do this at a moment, right? What I want for you guys to pay attention to is, with the way the maps are strategically laid out, there's the mid and then there's side lanes. You guys have to figure out how are you going to effectively, not just send somebody, okay? Because, I mean, technically, we could, like, I could say, hey, Sharky, go defend, but that's stupid. I would never just send Sharky is the one who has to defend. Same thing on your guy's side. You wouldn't just randomly say, hey, Munsif, why don't you go defend? No, you wouldn't do that. Now, how you would want to play these games out is this. Generally, you're looking at these game types and you're saying, okay, Khurram is not really the guy who's really the instigator, right? Like, he's not the one who's really doing any of this. Okay, fine. However, when you're making some picks on your side, even though you're looking at that team, which is why I love the picks this time, the Cumin pick, and generally the way, by the way, who picks first? Who picks? I think Logan, you pick after. Do you pick after, Salman, or before?
After.
I can't remember anymore.
After.
Who picks after?
Logan.
Okay, Logan picks after. So Logan, you have to pick a Civ that can deal with Salman's Civ, generally speaking. So I want you to kind of think about it this way. If you guys are isolated, right? Like, if you guys are isolated, more than likely the guy that generally has to D up has to be kind of you. Because you're the guy who's doing a counter pick, for example. Potentially, you're doing a counter pick play, right? The other teammates cannot be the ones who are the main defenders. It would probably end up, say, number one being you. Number two, it cannot be just you, even potentially by yourself. You could say, hey man, the guy's like better and I'm not that great. Here's how the picks were really perfect for this game. Because whoever's like doing, Faisal had like, you know, bombards and whatnot. That is what creates like, and Faisal doesn't have to be fully there because Faisal has to be committed with the main team. Like, he literally has to. The bombard towers, for example, in a defense context, not an offense context, really help the situation with you defending, right? And the rest of the team is really doing the offensive play. So Shuaib, I wouldn't necessarily commit two people there. You still have one person. However, it's key about what types of buildings you're going to use to defend.
Okay, so anyway, can you define success in number one and number two? Just FYI for everybody, Munsif dropped.
That's fine. We're doing 4v3 anyway. So success here is being able to set up the early game without mistakes, being able to do the right types of engagements that give you incremental advantages, being able to get to a point where you can layer and push, and while you're pushing, being able to defend. So defend and offense literally almost at the same time. Of course, if the other team doesn't do offense, you're good. You win. End of story. Everyone's on offense. However, if that's not the way the game is structured and set up, and looking at that map, it's really not like that, then you must have somebody who is not fully committed to everything in their economy, meaning population, where everyone is like on O, and then the one person is left. So
there's a lack of clarity here because
hold on, let me finish first. So what does that mean is incremental advantages, like it has always been in the last 3 weeks we've played, is that you literally are able to not destroy the opponent. You're able to kill their economy, kill the market, and literally after you kill that, the game ends in the next 5 minutes. Because you have fundamentally, basically taken their legs off under them. And the only way to do that is if you were able to get those incremental advantages.
The problem I have with what you're just saying is this stretches it into a 3-hour game. All right, so that's number one. Number two, when you have extremely high skilled players, yourself included, and you're dropping, say, 25, 30 bombard towers right around the markets and castles, maybe like 17 of them, all on the back line. That's just more attrition that, it just stretches out the game. So for me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to defeat Blue's defense strategy. I think what makes more sense to me is when you feel adequately that your team is basically causing you to play and someone to basically stretch yourself to the point where they're non-contributive, it should be resignation time. Now, you've done that whenever I'm on your side, and they shouldn't be immune from that, right? They shouldn't be excused from it.
No, I don't think anybody is. I think the difference, you need to at least appreciate and understand that you've got two very insignificant players compared to player skill. So all I'm saying is, if you want to go that route...
I'm just saying that, yes, what I'm saying is, my understanding with the team setup with Salman was that he would openly advise them when they're confronting the supposed layer, right? Under Salman's counsel, they're figuring out, and they thought they did a fantastic job in the first game, right? To be able to create a effective counter, right? Dismantle a death ball or set up your own death ball. I will always go back to that because regardless of the map types...
But hold on, Faisal, let's talk about that. It's still 4 players versus 3. It's monumentally... Hold on a second. I want to talk about that because that's a very key part of the equation. Mute. What I'm saying is that you must realize part of the reason why they're falling apart in mid this game was they were 4 players, and Salman by himself is trying to manage 2 players with one significant part of the equation missing. So if you want to talk layering, there's something seriously missing. But here's my point. My point is there's a natural causation, meaning there is a point for you guys to make gains and pushes, which, by the way, you did. All I'm saying is there's going to be a test that's going to test the layer. So here's my point. So I want you to balance this part. An advantage in skill because of a lack of one person and it's a 4v3, to a death ball being set up and then it being compromised as the real test of a layered approach.
Agreed. Okay. I have no problems with us getting crushed every single time if you are involved in creating a death ball that we have no answer to. I will lose that game every single time because I want to get better at it. And I hope my side of the team does too. I think that's ultimately what we're trying to do. So I don't give a shit if you come in early. I don't really care.
I know you don't, but it's not just about you think. That's why I'm saying, I'm like, as the game master, here's the issue. Even when you pick civs, and the problem has been with the other team as well, in previous times when they played, is when they've done civ picks, they're imagining this death ball that they're going to make. Here's the problem. It never happens. And you know why it never happens? Multiple reasons because of multiple issues. So here's the thing. The combination that you guys are putting together is the best combination to actually get a death ball. And now for you guys, the ultimate test is, by the way, what's the test for you and what's the test for us is very different. The test for you is, chances are I'll probably end up being able to get to my ultimate death ball. The question is, can I keep it to push it? Can I keep it to push? The coin flips on our side because of the player types we have. Given what we have going, how can we be effective at any point in the game? So when, if for example, was our economy strong enough? And if our economy was strong, but we didn't have gold or we had some other problems, okay, what is it that we're going to do? And the reason why that's critical is because overall, you guys learned something in terms of establishing your death ball and finding out that, A, there were certain things that worked and certain things that didn't work. But on our side, which is more critical, is that no matter whose side these guys eventually get on, whether you have gold or you don't have gold, whether you have a market or irrelevant you don't have a market, they're always available with the right units that can help support that, because that is an issue and they needed to go through the mental breakdown and figuring out how to defend, which, by the way, they were still in the game. They thought they weren't effective, just like sometimes you guys think you're not effective and you're like, oh my god. But the experience of going through that and saying, you know what, just because I don't have like gold doesn't mean I can't help my team. And that experience is very huge because that reinforces how they can always help their teammates.
No, I get your point, but I'm saying at what point do we reset, or what point does all your suggestions stretch the game into 3 hours?
It's not going to be a 3-hour game because I'll call that. Because I'm going to call that. It's not going to be 3 hours. Here's my point though. It really comes down, like, by the way, I kind of told you this before the night started. If there is a problem, if there is an issue, you guys don't know, you guys can figure something out, a new unit has arrived on the field, can you pause the game and talk to me? I left that option open to everybody. I mean, nobody took it is another story, but if you guys feel at some point that, hey, I can't figure this thing out, let's pause and let's have a quick conversation. If it's like, hey, you can't figure it out, we go to the next game, I have no problems going to the next game. I mean, it's really that simple, guys. There's nothing else to it. It's not about that we constantly have to play and play and play. Literally, it's just this. Your test tonight literally is all about setting up your death ball and moving. And if it gets exposed, shit. What was it that got exposed? Literally, that's that. So there's two major things I want you guys to work from your team. One, death ball setup. Because the other parts, I'm assuming, based on the last 3 weeks I've seen, you guys have generally done okay. Economy, scouting, that sort of thing, incremental advantage, that sort of thing. So now I'm simply saying, death ball setup, number one, it not getting compromised, number two, and here's the most important one. How do I offense and how do I do defense if I need to? That's it. Those are the three objectives for you. That's not the objective for my guys on our side. Our side is always going to still mean Sharky and Dobo got to get their shit together with Eco. You cannot fucking lose villagers and randomly send villagers on the side corner with a market and let boards kill them. That shit is unacceptable.
I guess were you guys doing eco calls? Because I was watching the replay. I mean, I think Dobo, you only built like 2 trade cards towards the end of the game. You had 0 all game.
Well, we called out markets.
No, not markets. I think trade cards. And then Sharky, you only had 13 cards towards the end of the game.
No, and that was all based on later. But here's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Based on the civ choices even, food units would still be okay. My issue isn't even with the trade. My issue is that when these guys go on other teams, they're not as effective on food units.
That's fair. So again, my I don't have a problem with
the only other thing which kind of Fast was bringing up that I wanted to kind of, I guess, get clarification on is obviously like in the past, few weekends I guess we've played, with once you and Salman on the opposite teams and stuff, right? Obviously, like for example, we were able to actually get some of those, eco and market hits, for example, right? But I guess at least in this particular map, with the way it's structured and stuff, obviously that it's not as easy, right, for us to kind of get to the market.
But what I'm trying to tell you is Faisal still did a good job in spite of what you're saying. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Faisal got some great hits on Dobo and Sharky, where literally if Salman said, "Hey guys, you were infantry, where's your pikes?" So I don't know what you're talking about, but what I'm trying to tell you is Faisal's hits were still pretty devastating. It's just our team, and by that I mean Dobo and Sharky did not, again, build their food. It's not like they didn't have it. I'm just saying that they were not as effective in rallying units and building units even when they did have it. But here's the thing. They have to do a better job with their if they're doing infantry, right? They must produce the food units. And what I'm trying to tell you, Shoaib, is Faisal's hits were great hits still. I mean, I don't know what you're... I mean, yes, initially it doesn't seem like it because the map seems a little tight. But I'm telling you, remember the incremental advantage? Look what happened. You got incremental advantage in mid, which allowed you to push, which then unlocked Faisal. Faisal couldn't go in with cavalry unless you got the incremental advantage. Once you got the incremental advantage, Faisal's paladins went straight into the eco. The only thing is Faisal tried to go for the individual trade cards, which is kind of problematic because here's the thing, just so you guys know, it just happened that Sharky and Dobo didn't really have much trade. So it's not like they were really impacted by that. Now, if Faisal went for the food and wood, it would have been devastating. And by the way, I did ask my team when I didn't see enough. Turns out it's not like they ran out of a particular like the regular resources. Turns out they had like decent food and wood. They just were relying on gold. So because they didn't have gold, they're like, "Hey man, I'm fucked. I'm screwed. There's nothing for me to do here. Like I can't do anything." But that was, that's not the way. That's not it. Now, if it turns out, think about it this way. If it turns out they actually can't even produce food units, GG.
Yeah,
I'm absolutely not going to stop that. No way in hell. Like there's no way, because now you're talking about completely being carried. That's just unacceptable. That's not what we're playing the game. We're not playing the game where it's me and Salman versus you guys. Hell no. That's not really the purpose of the game. The game is that Sharky and Dobo must, underlined and in bold, have a strong economy that backs food units and then gold eventually.
But that's what I was saying. By all accounts, they dropped the ball heavily, significantly. We could have ended that game earlier so that they could have...
They dropped the ball on gold, on markets, not on food.
Okay.
And they figured they could not help anybody. And I'm saying, yes, you can. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. What's the setup this time?
Okay. How did you feel generally about the game? My review generally is still that I thought that everyone did pretty good. You guys did a much better job in the second game, by the way.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Much
I think
better job.
it was good to see that we were able to adjust, from the first game, so that was good.
Our big flaw is less so for Shoaib. I think Shoaib keeps it together. I think, Logan, I'm gonna have to say you kind of disappear a little bit on the comms. I feel it's something that you're gonna have to figure out how to get involved. Definitely, Shoaib is highly involved, and if you only got more communicative, I think that would really, really be helpful. I don't know why it is you go into some sort of a silent mode, so you got to figure that out. Because whatever your issues are, I still think you're a better player than any of us on our side. So if Shoaib can figure out the bandwidth to, start speaking about what a good concerted effort would be in, the middle to latter part of the game, because that's, I think, from our side, I think we have no idea what to do once we've made any gains whatsoever. Like we're scattered, and it leaves an opportunity for somebody else to say, well shit, these guys are just chilling now, so let me do something, right? Case in point, Salman starts barreling down from the side lanes, right? And by the way, Salman, notice I didn't say that that's an illegal move or a poor move or a bad move. I'm just saying, from my past understanding, if the notion was that we do a 3v3 and the guys under your tutelage are doing as you say, and they still can't seem to get it going, call it, reset it. And it's the same thing on our side. If we can't freaking respond to a death ball you guys set up, well shit, we should either pause and hit the other side. But honestly, I just say quit. because we don't know, and we'll get to know better. But that's where I'm coming
I'll
from.
tell you what I told Sharky and Dobo. Their primary objective for this weekend, for tonight, is to get a good, solid eco and to keep it safe. Those are their two objectives to learn tonight. So
Okay, so in that case, you can.
under that
hold on.
pretense, they were actually still learning.
Okay, so hold on. You definitely make more early showing to allow the other players, because honestly, what to me ultimately the point is that under the tutelage of Salman, I don't even care. It could be you. Under you guys' tutelage, they should not only be able to set up a death ball. I don't care getting wiped by that death ball, by the way, or see how to dismantle our death ball. But anyway, whichever team, if we manage to one up you guys and they can't for whatever reason stop the death ball, quit. And it's the same on my side. I think we should just reset. I think that just makes the games go faster and reset better and retro better.
I understand what you're saying, but like I was saying, like the skill gaps are so bad that the moment I show up, it's just kind of like like imminent collapse. That's the problem.
No, but you can just deflect us.
No, I know, but what I'm saying, it's a little bit more than that, because then it's kind of like stretching. Like it's kind of like, think about it this way. It's kind of like you guys worked hard to get an incremental advantage, and I literally neutered that incremental advantage and put you to square one again. Like it wouldn't it really be fair? I'm just trying to tell you is, if you kind of think about it, based on the structure of the team that was set up in the previous two games, you guys had your best shot of setting up your death ball, like kind of like chill and really set it up, right? Like that's the kind of thing you needed to do. Our objective with Dobo and Sharky literally is, hey man, defend your shit, make enough shit with your eco so that essentially no matter whose team they can go on, they're always a productive member, and period. Like, now, having said that, the game's going to change now a bit, so obviously Munsif isn't here, and I'm going to take a risk. So here's the risk I'm going to take. Salman, between Dobo and Sharky, I think, who do you think did a better job with their eco overall?
I'm gonna have to go look real quick.
Okay. I am going to take a risk on this one, because I didn't really make the map for this, but that's okay. I want you guys to have a little bit of experience on this going into next week. By the way, overall, good, overall very well played.
You guys
Shoaib, regardless, good work. Love the forward building and love the way you guys were coming in. And I loved how you did not just randomly send random units in front and you corralled and rallied. So good work there. I mean, that was learning
the battle was to get him not to play any elephants. I told him not as well.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Shoaib, is that? Damn, bro.
That will ban me from Ellie. Then I think he already banned me from Rams from before too. So the list
I'm just.
the list keeps on growing.
But you're getting better.
It kind of worked. Otherwise, we might have seen the parade.
But it's funny. I'm like, once it move your damn units. He's like, where are they? I don't know. Click.
Oh shit! It's not like he was everywhere. Was he? I thought he was just kind of like stuck in the mid somewhere.
Really everywhere.
Yeah.
Mostly in mid. It's funny. Samal coming to the left lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess he wasn't really looking, and now he's looking, here and there.
Yeah.
And when I saw him basically almost reaching our market, I'm like, yeah, can you build the villagers, use the villagers to build like at least a wall here?
Yeah, he hard tunneled there. It was good to see that you guys were noticing and monitoring.
I was trying to I was trying to obviously help a little bit there with the Eagles, with to take out some of the Rams and stuff, but obviously I wasn't as effective, against the other units that Saman had, right? So I was limited.
What was killing you, by the way?
Oh no, I think you had the Lancers, right, Saman, there at that
The
time?
Cavalier there for your and champions.
For
for
the
Eagles.
yeah. So that was, and then of course
I had the
anything,
pikes for the paladins.
and then he took out he had the Rams to take out the barracks and
I
stuff
had
that I had.
Rams to take out the buildings and then heavy massive cav archers. I had a full mix. I was playing
Okay.
complete solo. Offense,
Right.
Everything.
Got it. Okay. Camels on the wrong side. Hey, the humans, do they have camels?
Yeah. Regular camels.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good enough. Hey, Logan, I noticed you did make some, by the way. I don't know what were you using them on?
The paladins.
Oh God, you didn't have many. You didn't have enough though. That was kind of like your issue, right? So you had to make a call. Do I go more the human kip checks, or do I make more?
So
I think you were making siege too, right?
what I saw off
yes.
the quick replay of the first 24 minutes, Dobo started off a little bit better, but in the end, Sharky had a better eco.
Yeah. All right. So here's what did you guys learn in the first two games, Sharky and Dobo? First, Sharky, you go. What did you learn?
So basically, I think the big kind of pitfall in the second game is building management. I think that's why I wasn't able to produce the food units, even though I had the food.
Okay.
Would.
Got it. And Dobo, can you list me
Yeah.
a couple of things that you thought you messed up on that you could do better on?
Well, I mean, I just was limited space. I was trying not to block the market runs.
Okay.
Kind of fucked me on the farms because you couldn't build them in the mid, which was the same with the houses. I ran out of room for houses and kind of cock blocked me on the pop. So that was kind of.
I was weirded out when I saw farms in the mid. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, that was me because I didn't want to block the markets. I was like, fuck, where do I put him at this point? I'm out of fucking space.
Yeah, the trade carts will go over the farms.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, that's
The
not the
previous
biggest
game I
thing.
completely fucked up by putting houses because I thought we were gonna chop down our trees in the back and set the market up there. So I put my houses up front, and then everyone had their houses in the back. Like, what the fuck are you doing? So I was like, oh god damn it, gotta leave the fucking lane open. Like, yeah, that fucked me.
Okay. Got
And
it.
also, I don't think I've ever even played as the Vietnamese.
Which is fine. I mean,
it's fine.
you don't
Yeah,
have
I
to
mean, it's
you don't
just
have
a
to
civ.
build
Yeah,
alleys.
it's just a
Literally,
civ.
you're
Yeah,
okay
yeah.
with what you build. So literally, if you just went like pikes and skirms, you're still good. Like literally, you're
it's
still
just,
good.
Yeah, no, it just takes me out of my element, yeah.
Yeah, sure, because it's a different civ. But hey, you
Yeah, like
got
with
some
the
experience with it.
Teutons, yeah, like I'm typically Teutons, so with the Teutons, like the farms are 34 wood versus 60, and
Right.
it's a different, there's different advantages to every civ.
Okay.
Japs,
So the way I want to
Teutons,
so okay, that's okay. Now we're gonna switch this with the 4. So I'm gonna see what you guys learned from the first 2 games. I want you to make sure you correct those mistakes in this game. I'm gonna kind of see like how this map goes. I don't know how it will go because I made it for the 4 players, but so what we're gonna do is just because Fassel's a better support, we're gonna bring Fassel in with Salman. Now, Dobo and Sharky, you're gonna work super close with Shoaib and Logan. Couple of points here. Logan, Logan, I don't want you to make any assumptions about your teammates, like at all. Basically, they're still gonna be working their eco, and what is useful and helpful. Some tips I'm gonna give you, so you guys can at least talk about this in your in your civ selection. So Logan and Shoaib, right? Shoaib, listen carefully, okay? I want you to be able to talk about primary role and secondary role when you're talking about the Civ. So it's not going to be about really on Dobo or Sharky necessarily. Their input's useful, but at the end, it's really about what the team needs, right? And I want you to be able to break down. Logan, this involves you too. I want you to figure out and break down with them how many villagers they need on what resource and trade cards. Like that combination is very important. So I want you to make sure that you're actively working with them on it. Other than that, you know, the things I've mentioned in the previous 2 games that I've kind of basically you got better in the first game, you got even better in the second game, especially with the Civ pick things were really nice. I don't want you to concentrate too heavily on the Civ as in like it's a game breaker. It isn't, honestly, but it was better than what you guys actually picked, so that was good on you guys. I'm expecting you guys going to try to do a similar effort, and I want to see how you're able to get an incremental advantage and then turn that into. So I'm not thinking that you guys are like coming in and zerging and no, that's not it. You're going to have to figure out like how you want to go in, and you also need to figure out who's going to be on D, and you're going to have to figure out like, you know, obviously there's an opportunity cost even in this map. So I've given you space, but space isn't really just the only issue here. And like the previous maps, in this map, there's a price to pay if you go too conservative and try to go market first.
Are we playing a new map?
Yes.
Yes. If you're gonna go market, and this is gonna be the true test now. Are you gonna go market? Are you gonna go mid? Are you gonna create space? Same shit. And I need you all to get some practice on it, by the way. Just so the only person who won't know this map will be next week will be Munsif, really. But each one of you will.
I guess up to you guys. I mean, my recommendation, since it's already almost 1, I would technically stick to the same map and try the 4v3 on this map that we just played.
The problem with that, Shoaib, is that it's going to get even more like, it's not going to be as open. So it's going to be like sucky. And I'm going to be on D, like super D, and I want to give you some space. So this map is going to give you space. Just figure it out. I mean, listen, you don't have to like spend like 30 minutes opening the map and figuring it out. Literally, it's pretty simple. Okay? The name of the map has something to do with the map. There's elevation on it. There's you have to look at the wood situation, and then you have to look at the resources. Figure out which resources you think you want. Figure out when you want to do trade, and figure out when you want to contest, or where do you want to contest. And by the way,
Logan wants to be on your team, by the way.
Say that again?
Logan wants to be on your team, by the way.
Oh shit.
Wait, what?
Guys, is going to be that chances are that you will end up getting to your death ball, probably. Sooner than later. I'm just telling you that that's basically what's going to generally happen. So the question will be is how do you get there? What cannot happen is that you just like some of you collapse. Like the eco collapses. That's just on you guys. But other than that, let's try this and let's see how this one works. I want to see how this combination is going to really work. Dobo Sharky, you've learned some of the lessons we've told you in 2 games now. I want you to practice those in this game. Literally practice that. 2 TC, you need to get those 2 TCs up, man. Both of you. You must get it. Sharky, Dobo, if I freaking see single unit freaking random shit, I'll come in to take you out myself. You're not gonna just randomly. You need your team. You cannot come in just build like pikes and just charge in. No, hell no. That's not what we're playing this game for. All right, switch and let's go.
Faisal, what do you feel like playing?
I mean, I've been on a mobile binge.
Fair enough. So what do you want to play within the mobile binge? What are you looking at?
I'm gonna go with something completely non-unique and stick with Spanish.
Yeah.
So Faisal, you'll have a primary and secondary, I guess, because it's a 3 versus 4. So you know.
Towers.
Towers is not a secondary role. It helps, yes. That's more of a tertiary role than a secondary. A secondary would be conks.
Okay, Roger.
So because you're Spanish, your blacksmith has full upgrades, right? Which means that your barracks and archers are skirmishers, like you'll be able to produce those as well. It's just that eventually, you go from that and you'll transition into, you know what I mean, like transition into your game. But before we can get there, everybody's going to have to pitch in a little bit into the infantry line, and you know what I mean, like everyone's going to have to
do that early game anyway.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I'm not
okay.
worried about Faisal.
Okay.
So how bad was it? Or should I listen to the stream?
For us,
Yeah.
it's basically Dobo and Sharky had to defend. If they didn't defend, I was gonna resign. That was it. I just I was pressuring you guys because I needed you guys to defend as well.
What was the comms like between them two?
It's pretty quiet, to be honest. I didn't like it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Quiet too.
The Shoaib call out on hardly any trade cards, that's damning. I think I had the highest trade profit.
I'm
I had to
pretty sure
give.
there was a trade card call out like 4 times. What was that, Faisal?
No, I was saying I did really good with, been doing really good with trade. I had to give Logan a shit ton of gold, by the way. Shit ton. Yeah.
See? Did you find out how many trade cards he had? Or he was just losing units at a phenomenal rate?
Phenomenal rate.
Bro, his kip shits were getting shit on.
They're getting slaughtered.
Yeah, it's that Zerg shit. And he yeah, I called it out. I called it out. He still didn't respond. We're gonna have to talk to him about this. Mid game, he disappears from comms.
Really?
Yeah.
Yo, did you check the score? Did his score drop?
Score was, yeah. I mean, it did drop, but like I said, I think there's certain things you'll be able to pick up in the stream.
Okay.
That it is really hard to do in real time. No, it's just Shoaib. If you guys listen to the stream, you'll see Shoaib. I think Shoaib did a great job with keeping the comms active.
See, the problem with Logan is he doesn't recognize it, but he tunnels.
Yeah.
I kind of had to tunnel because I was literally playing every role by myself, so it's not exactly the easiest.
Oh yeah, it reminded me of the games you hated. So, but whatever.
Yeah, like I told Sharky and Dobo, like I never want you guys to have a secondary role of siege. That's not a proper secondary role. So that goes for you too, Faisal. It's like, so for example, if you have halberdiers, what's gonna keep your halberdiers alive? It's not gonna be a scorpion early game. It's gonna be either a scout or a skirmisher. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like I said, even in that last game, I was forced to make at least a couple of onagers, but I wasn't really. It was basically just me on that side, trying to hold back someone.
I know it was just you, and that was the problem. That was my problem with it.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that Logan couldn't even defend because maybe he didn't even have gold to defend.
He didn't.
So then, literally, if Logan's out of the equation and he's like the best counter, then shit.
It's this problem I've identified before. I've talked it through with someone too. There's this whole notion that like the Viper and all these guys, you know, Will used to talk about this. They always make sure that their resources are like continuously so low because they're continuously popping out, and it's basically gives him full Zerg qualifications.
You know, it's ironic you're mentioning that, but Fessel, what I'm saying is he plays that turbo shit. You know, he plays turbo.
Yeah.
And when he's doing that, it's like the natural thing is Zerg, like unit, and send. You know, that's what I noticed when Salman played Dobo. Like, literally, it's like super fast resources gathering and just sending shit over. Doesn't mean the units are good. He just sent, like, units over. It's like, what? So I think that there's a carryover to some of that shit. Yo, but at the end of the day, just like with Munsif and just like with like some of these guys, it's no excuse not to talk about things. Like, that's the easiest thing to do. If you're in trouble, talk about it. That's why I wanted you guys to pay a little bit close attention to this guy.
Well, as usual, Munsif, I don't think anybody at this thing, it's an immovable force against an immutable, you know, rock or something. It's just he's not going to speak up unless he gets his buddy. Like Sharky got his buddy. To me, I would have put Sharky and Munsif in the same boat, like the non-communicators, you know. But for whatever freaking reason, except for this last game, apparently, Sharky decided. I don't know how the hell he decided. Honestly, I still don't understand it, because it's counter to his personality to speak up. But Munsif is dead in the water. He can't get his buddy. His buddy can't even get him to speak, because his buddy. And that's weird because Shoaib actually speaks quite a bit.
Yeah. Shoaib does. Shoaib does. Yeah, Shoaib had a hard time. I think Shoaib was going to investigate like using the recording. He was going to do, you know, Faisal, on the last week's games, there were 2 times. You know, one time where Logan got his pallies into our backline and killed villagers everywhere, and that came from Logan from Munsif's side. Okay, Shoaib was going to do a camera lock-in on, you know, choosing Munsif and then doing a camera lock, and he was going to see what Munsif sees. You see what I'm saying? And he was going to see like, how the hell did you miss that? Because maybe, what if he was like looking at his TC, but all those, you know what I mean? And then these calls are happening, but he's not aware. And then the other time was when Dobo literally just walked, like all pikes. I literally, he did an L. He went straight to Munsif and then a right angle straight into your TC. And nothing. Like, he didn't even know. And by the way, he then moved the pikes into Munsif's TC. And bro, he didn't even call that out. His own TP. I think he's like, I have a feeling like he gets like so, like he doesn't know what to do. And then he gets like, you know, like paralysis by analysis. Like, I have to do something, but what I do, and while he's thinking that, he can't talk.
Yeah. I think that's common between all these guys. Maybe Logan's a little better, but they figured out their eco. I'm talking about the guys who figured out their eco.
Okay.
So that's Logan, right? And, you know, Munsif. So they can zerg out a ton of shit, but then just get discombobulated.
Yeah.
You know? So.
Yeah, the discombobulated.
What's
Shit, so
fucking thing I told them.
Wow.
Stop one fucking thing I told them.
What's that?
Sucks.
No, I don't want them to do an infantry cav combo together. One of them has to have a backup archer roll.
I can't. I don't even understand that, Shoaib. I mean, Salman. Like, what the freak?
I think we should go to the other side.
Like, what the fuck?
Just, I don't want to hear Logan crying about this. Just hop over and let him know.
pretty. That's
Alright, quick question
120
here.
honey.
Remember, lumberjacks is 20, right? So
Hold
you're
on,
gonna go
hold
20,
on,
40,
hold on.
Oh
50.
yeah,
Quick
yeah,
question
yeah.
here,
Okay,
guys.
got you.
Yes.
Sharky, what units are you making?
Cavaliers, and then probably halberds, and then third is conquistadors.
Not cavaliers, I mean pallies. Right?
Yeah, paladins.
Dobo, what are you making?
I'm gonna be doing infantry, and then calves as well.
Alright, change your shit. I told you guys I don't want you both on infantry and cavalry.
Did he really say that? My bad,
Yes.
someone.
I guess I would
I missed
I
that.
did. No, this was for specifically for those two. Okay? You guys are working your ecos, right? You guys have that objective,
Yeah.
but I don't want both of you playing infantry and cavalry together.
Okay, bye, Dad.
And then while you're having your eco, so you have to be super careful about it, because you may end up Vassal. You may experience the I'm out of pop. Where's
Yes.
my pop?
Yeah, that happened to me in last game.
Yeah, because think about it. Trade cards going on, but villagers taking on gold and stone, but then it's eating into your population for forces. So the amount of forces you can actually build are so less. You see?
Yeah.
You gotta figure out okay, kahan pump kar rahe ho? And when you have enough, or maybe for example, if once you're getting enough trade cards, it's not bad to kill guys on gold.
Yeah.
And
I
keep mostly
honestly
stone
don't
guys
want
on stone.
Yeah, because I prefer not to mine.
So Dobo switch to jabs. Just FYI.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Faisal, are you gonna pick the Spanish?
Unless you recommend something better.
It's a new map, so I won't recommend Lithuanians. Well, Lithuanians are a great civ. Take a look.
I know Faisal you don't prefer, but that's the only way to get stone. You know. You need stone.
नहीं stone नहीं वो gold की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Oh, acha. Just make sure you get right.
I think it screws my pop counts and shit too much. Like I'd rather put 40 carts out there, and not worry about gold miners. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's okay. Just remember like how you want to go about doing it, right? Your food and gold. You're basically a full gold guy, but the stone is all for your castle. And remember what I said about your castle shit, Faisal? Castles will never be up front.
Yeah.
And if you ever go box, you need 3 castles. That's about it. I won't build more. And then the rest of all your stone goes into like towering up and kind of screwing shit up a little bit. Basically. And be ready for some big cavalry charge rushes in the back, because Sharky would probably end up doing that. We have to kind of like mitigate that shit somehow.
So go ahead and pick between Franks, Cumans, or Spanish.
Say that again?
For Faisal, he wants to go cavalry, so I said Franks, Cumans, or Spanish.
Hold on.
He can keep Spanish if he wants to.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving it as one of the options.
Oh. Yeah, I think we keep him on Spanish. Just because we're down a player and that extra goal would help.
True.
Not a big deal. You don't have to build your stables up front anyway. Stables will be in the Mac, but you would have a barracks and archery would be still your.
These idiots build so shitty. I anyway. Look, that's why I was content with the stables in the back.
Right.
Because they,
Imagine if you needed barracks and you had to build in the front, you would be so screwed. Because they built siege workshops. Boom, 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 boom.
Actually, Munsif and Logan, if you go onto their side, it's impossible to build.
Yeah. Sucks.
Yes, the thing was, I knew nobody was gonna build on my side, so I just took up like all the space. I don't think you guys broke in and saw that. It's just like, I know Dobo and Shark ain't coming over here.
Is this more like Zigzag?
No.
No.
That's what the map looks like.
I know, unfortunately, it doesn't show, but there's mountains there. And I'll give that information to the other team too. By the way, there's wherever you see gold, and not like in the middle, but that you see the trail of gold.
This is more.
There's mountains on two sides.
Whoever's on top, gets the advantage.
So what I'm saying is, there's mountains on two sides of where the gold. You see the gold line. There's two gold lines that are going before you hit mid. Mid is all a hodgepodge of shit.
Yeah,
but
it's there. It's just hard to see.
Yeah, and let me just give that information to the other.
Hey, just quick FYI, Vassal, if you don't know, which you most likely don't, if you're fighting on a hill and you're fighting someone who's downhill, you're doing 25% more damage and they're doing 25% less.
Kind of forget about the middle.
So elevation does matter.
Besides, you see, there's two golds that
Makes
are
sense.
facing each
I mean,
other.
that's been true for most other games too.
In the middle.
Yeah, whoever gets the high ground, that's usually the key.
Yeah, so
I'm thinking number of towers on top.
So Tatars, it's actually, they do 50%. Not, you know how it says 25% damage on
Shit.
hills? They do 50% because they're already get 25%, and then they're doing another extra 25%.
My guy, I have a feeling I know what you're picking.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know yet.
Yeah, it might have done it on the new in the new.
All I know is I love my Cav Archers and my Cav Civs. Yeah, if you ever see me pushing up on myself, by the way, that means the whole role for anybody else is just to defend.
With blue starts on one side.
Fuck it, you know what? Maybe what? I might go to Tars.
I figured.
Well, no, because he picked them Saracens, bro.
So he's probably thinking of neutralizing me with camels.
Yeah, he's
That's
thinking,
what he's thinking.
he's thinking of neutralizing camels. I'm thinking of neutralizing him with Cav Archers. But what they're gonna neutralize me with, they're gonna send the Sharky Paladins. What I'm gonna neutralize him with, camels. You see? And then with the Tatars, I also get the freaking bomb ass Trebs, man.
Oh shit, but I almost got them to repeal Saracens.
I don't know go with it, but if they go in it, he's gonna get raped.
Oh shit, he retrieved.
Bro, I was about to pick Tatars and Raven.
Oh, he was gonna get destroyed.
That's
You know, it's the oh my god, the Mamluks. Well, they're so good until they're not good.
I was about to pick Tatars, which is right.
So by the way, yo, since I mentioned it to you, so if you from the map, so now you both understand like the map, right? This is all mountains still here. So there's a natural barrier. Hopefully there isn't any space in between. I'm pretty sure there shouldn't be, but anyway. And then but the mid is pretty open. So obviously, since the mid area is open where all the shit is. No. No. The colors. Look at the colors. There's colors there. Yo, is green there? Salman, is green there?
Green is there.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
It's a yellow,
Yeah.
green, red, blue.
Correct.
1 second, let me go taunt them real quick. I'll be right back.
So technically, anyway, Salman, we're gonna have to kind of like, if you can work on, eventually, not immediately, but you know, we'll have to kind of figure out a wall where we can meet halfway in middle. Kind of lock them out from just doing charges, cav charges, going back because it's too big. So probably end up conserving more resources if we just
What do you think
meet
about
halfway.
the Tatars?
I mean, we're still gonna need like a heavy front and a heavy siege. Like it's like a siege and a front. So it just depends on what, you know. Do we have good archers? Do we have like? So we need the front.
The Tatars was a cav archer save. I
He
will
went-
have access to
What's that?
Seagrams, heavy scores.
He went in Indians because they still have the camels. And,
Oh God.
and he's gonna do the elephants. And I told him, I'm like, dude, whatever. I'm like, I taunted before I left the team. I'm like, dude. So obviously nobody on this team will forbid Shoaib from picking Indians for the Ellies because he sucks with them so bad.
All right.
So again, I'm thinking Tatars because I can do cav archers. So we'll have the archers to back up Fassel's paladins. I can do. They have the awesome trebs. I can do scorps because they have heavy scorps and siege rams. The only thing is I'm lacking siege manager.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be kind of important, low key.
I know.
Like that's always important.
I know.
You're gonna need something with strong siege. Just facts. I mean, if you're gonna go cav archers and you're gonna go heavy onagers, you might as well just go bongo.
I know, but that's what I've been doing all day.
I know, but it's the shit that they pick though. They pick like all this shit. So it depends on because it's a 3-player thing, right? So Fassel predominantly goes. Eventually, he'll go some cav. You know, you're gonna have to be the like versatile player. I don't know what I'm gonna pick right now, but I'm just saying like it's the Indian Ellies are gonna be in a group, and then there'll be camels to contend with. And the thing is that the camels are gonna die to the archers, and then
I guess Mongols it is.
it's like freaking no choice. I mean, you could go Cumans if you wanted to, even, by the way, but having faster siege is not bad.
I love the faster siege, man. If I'm going siege, I want them.
Yeah.
the fast ass siege with it. They try to shoot my shit and I run away and come back and shoot him.
Yeah, I would do that, I guess.
No, I do love my Cumans too, but I don't want to go too particularly cav heavy though.
You won't.
And with Mongols, I won't be as cav heavy, so.
Yeah.
Cumans is a little bit more cav heavy, so.
Okay. Fair enough.
Mongols it is.
Yo, Fassel bombard towers to give Salman protection. And you know, we're all gonna have to build some kind of like infantry shit.
They're gonna try to early rush me. 15 minutes.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Why are they sending the pics in Discord? Or WhatsApp? Already in Discord.
Gabe likes to do that for some reason.
You know what was low-key messed up though?
What at?
The fact that we had the best skirmishers in the game and completely got rolled last game.
Well. I mean, what do you want me to say, man?
That's enough said, right?
Folks didn't build enough numbers. They were just kind of getting robbed in small numbers and just, you know.
Yeah, I know.
It was kind of like, oh, shit. Also, they never called out, which was kind of messed up, that they were like 4 players mid and they were just like getting wrecked.
Of course
going at it.
Call it.
So hilariously stupid.
Their problem is they don't know how to D and they don't know how to protect their ego. And build an ego, for that matter, to an extent. Because they get so under pressure. If they're not under pressure, they can build a decent ego.
Right. Yeah.
But they're under pressure, so.
Right.
But the reason the pressure is so great for them is because they don't know how to defend their shit.
Mm-hmm. Yo, best part is you made the gate and they're like, hey, open it up, like.
I'm like, well, the shit is open!
Yo, that was the best part! I didn't send my units in because I usually don't. And they're like, huh, must be the gates must be locked.
Yeah, can you all
Even
talk
though,
to me?
even though you sent the units through! But even though you sent the units through, it was stupid. It was hilarious. I was cracking
Like, I
up.
never locked it. What the fuck you talking about?
I don't want to say shit, but the best part is the dude setting up, without seeing, setting up like markets so late, and then getting his villagers killed. Oh boy!
I don't know what to say about that, man. I don't know what to say about that. That's all I
Yo,
gotta say.
yo, wouldn't you think that if you build your market base, you know that there's boars there? Nah.
I cleared out every single boar in my little area for the market, for my wood. That's all I needed. Oh, by the way, what was it? Logan started with a bombard tower.
The shit? You serious?
Yeah.
Oh god.
You know what the top mid resources are? Yeah.
What's that?
Huh? The side
Yeah,
resources?
man.
Yeah, there's he had a bombard tower. I don't think he built it.
It was no. It starts with the game started.
Yeah,
He
see,
thought
yeah,
that
Oh, there was?
Yeah.
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 Oh shit! I forgot to delete it then. So whoever scouted it ended up getting it. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay, shit. That screw me. I messed up. Yeah, guys, you have to remind someone. You gotta remind me specifically. I gotta change that. Nobody called it. God damn! You just told me now. I thought I cleaned that map, but I guess maybe one tower got left. Shit. Did you guys take the resources though, Vassal?
No, I denied them. They tried, but I denied them.
Okay. Okay.
Like the tower didn't matter at all.
Yeah. Okay, alright. That makes me feel a little bit better.
The problem with the Logan, I'm just doing way too much. Is it's just doing way too much in one area. Celts, huh?
There's your siege.
Delete the object on the flared location.
Okay. How do you guys want to punch through this thing? Do you guys want me to... Okay, you got between Persians or you got Khmer? Which one do you guys like? Because you went Indians. Gotta match them Ellie to Ellie a little bit. I don't want to go something else because it'll hurt them too.
Oh, I honestly kind of like both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think your Persian rams are full rams.
Yeah, they are. But I also have full rams. I'm Mongols, remember?
In case Khurram decides to hit him on a different side.
Let's see where they come here.
Wood, please.
I mean, I like them both, and I benefit, or we benefit from both from a team bonus perspective as well. So
I'll just go Persians for now. Just kind of chill it out, and we'll kind of take it from there. Vassal, we gotta just between all of us gotta lock out. Like we gotta lock out the mid from the backside so they can't get to us. Then we're gonna have to deal with that siege shit later.
Lockout how?
We'll be eventually working on that wall, but anyway, we'll see how it goes. We just need to lock out so that we can get raided.
Okay.
Raiding's the big thing. And y'all need to make an impact in mid, you know what I mean? And we'll have to work on that trade shit, and which is not a big deal. We'll kind of work that.
Doors are there in the middle.
Yeah. It's gonna be slow. It's gonna be a little slow, but that's all right. You and Salman just basically, work on that mid area, and we'll have to work on securing it. I just don't want to pick some other civ that will just destroy them. Persian's kind of slow. Say that again?
curious what that would be though.
Sicilians.
I fucking knew it.
Yo,
Fucking
can
knew
you
it.
imagine?
I
Can
was
you
thinking,
imagine?
I was thinking like, bro, if you went Sicilian and those Cavaliers would wreck them.
Yo, I would just rape them so hard, but nah, I can't do that shit. Can you imagine? I go Sicilians, force them to go swordsman and all that shit, and then you just wreck them, and then Fastal wrecks too. It's like, and I clunk all their shit. But whatever, I didn't want to do it.
Some awkward placement. Make it work. I'm sure Logan was pissed about my rating in the first game though.
Probably.
Yeah.
Stable being built.
Oh shit, I forgot to leave. There's a boar here. I totally forgot about that boar. He randomly got placed here. Shit. Luckily I saw him. Holy shit, if I moved to the straight up, I was gonna get so screwed.
Scouts away.
Based off the map, wood's gonna be an issue.
Robo Scout. Oh shit, they're able to come from here. From the... Oh well.
Timo, Barlichung.
I guess the sides, even though there's mountains there, you can still get through, to FYI.
Yeah, I heard. By the way, I picked up one of Logan's farmers.
Oh, nice.
Building my second season over here.
Sure.
Amr Mindu. Barlichung. Fifing Barlichung.
Turning the clear of boars out. Logan Scout is down.
Logan's well in this area.
Амар миндүү. Барилгачин. 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 Барилгачин.
Building sporadic houses so you can get me.
Roger. Throwing up the second TC here. Setting up more scouting.
Барилгачин. 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 Барилгачин.
Sending scout to see what the hell's going on here in the dark areas.
Got a very heavy halberdier presence over here.
Copy.
Markets over here.
I guess we'll throw markets up here.
You can.
I'm just gonna toss one up. Shoaib's got a lot of scouts.
Sending more scouts. Oh, Sharky's got some decent farms going.
Амар миндүү. Захир. Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
Амар миндүү. Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин. Барилгачин.
Logan Scout in this area.
Logan's.
Okay, he's coming right here. Shoaib's right here.
Sending my pikes over.
Himo. Barilgaчин. барилгачин, 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 барилгачин.
Бэлэн тийм. Үүсгэй.
Захир модчин, барилгачин, барилгачин.
Шаар сонсон. Бэлэн мөө. Шаар сонсон.
Consider that a fail.
Also a lot of shit on it, so good for us.
Sending my packs into your area.
Skirms, lots of skirms, and
That all just died. We just lost a lot of.
Oh, you can see his score.
yeah.
Neutral houses.
Бэлэн байна. Тийм үү?
Тийм үү? Удаачгүй эрхлэгч амар минь удаачгүй
Амар мэдээж тийм үү? Амар мэдээж тийм байна.
Yikes.
Амар мэдээж зүйтэй. Барилгачин. Захир тийм ээ. За. Би болгоё. Уурхай тийм ээ.
Might have to delete some houses here.
Бэлэн байна.
Burham's
Барилгачин.
Burham's trade cards are getting screwed.
захир барилгачин
Тийм үү? Барилгачин.
амар минь бэлэн байна барилгачин
Тийм үү. Райлан даш. Шаар сонсон.
Logan got a couple scouts in.
Roger.
Shoaib's pretty heavy on stone. He's building a castle right here.
Амар мэдүү.
Don't build the houses just all there. We'll need to open this up, Vassal. So find a place to build houses, and we need to wall this up eventually.
тийм үү
I'm building a castle right here. Why?
Starting to build some scout
захир амар минь бэлэн
guys.
барилгачин
Logan is building a siege workshop.
Барилгачин.
But I'm moving attack right here. Sending you reinforcements, Will.
тийм үү
That's Dobo, right?
барилгачин
Шаар сонсон.
захир барилгачин
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
амар минь
Захир
бэлэн барилгачин
бэлэн байна. Тийм үү? Барилгачин. Амар мэдүү.
Alright, I'm gonna just wreak some havoc with my
More scouts from show.
Бэлэн. Үүсгэй. Шаар сонсон. Бэлэн. Шаар сонсон. Үүсгэй. Бэлэн.
тийм үү барилгачин бэлэн байна захир
Шаар сонсон. Үүсгэй. Бэлэн. Үүсгэй. Шаар сонсон. Үүсгэй.
I'll show pretty much lost his entire battalion.
Yeah. I hit back on Logan. Shit. sent forward. There's a onager.
Copy. Sending the cavalry into the onager.
Green is attacking. Yellow is attacking your shit vessel. It's dead.
Okay.
Хамар минь тийм үү? Тийм ээ. Өөр хачин.
Тийм үү?
Захир тийм үү?
Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин. 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 Барилгачин.
Хамар минь дүү. Барилгачин.
Lost a lot of units in my onager.
Nice.
Well, let me know what you may need from me.
Cavalry really.
All right, I'm working on that. We're being Logan's from here, right here.
Sharky coming in with paladins.
Logan's hitting my market. He's trying to hit your market. We're getting raided kind of hard here.
I see that.
I'm sending some guys over.
Hit more markets.
Taking them. Kind of low on wood.
A lot of wood in the back.
Yeah, I need to fix my eco.
A buildup of skirmishers and pallies.
Vassal, can you do me a quick solid and kill that board?
Building. Look at this shit.
Yeah, I see it. He wants my seat.
That's heavy. Heavy penalty. And then Logan's coming in too.
Yeah.
I got a shit ton of pikes right here.
Ready to counterattack? Because what they didn't know is I actually had Trebs ready. Trebs are going up.
Providing support.
Pikes, vessel bring pikes.
Taking more conks. How do I get all my trade carts to head back? I gotta go pike heavy right now. Go. Somebody's hitting you here, hold on.
Becker. Time.
Towers, castle, Joe is switching to camels.
Gonna have to buy some gold.
Vessel, your conquistador is just dying.
Where?
Mid. Eat what they got.
Like I said, switching camels.
Did you fix your gold?
I'm
stuff?
adding more trade cards.
Major force here. Oh, another show run.
Pikes, get the pikes.
Pumping pikes.
Alright, telling Salman to get pikes. I'm gonna roll them with that.
Битэн байна. Захир. Тийм үү? Битэн байна. Болгоо ёо. Тийм ээ, барилгач.
I'm making comps. Any other recommendations? Still have a gold issue, so I'll try to do something.
Stop with the cons, more calories.
Rush.
Do we have enough? Gotta take out those cavalry.
All right, I'm pumping out more pikes.
Well, not just pikes, but I mean, you need conks. We need to take out their pikes.
Making more conks.
So focus on the paladin, and then when you have enough gold, I want paladin.
All right, I'm gonna rally my pallies here. Picking up a backup economy in the rear. Over here. Sending some paladins to take out the onagers in the rear.
Sounds good. A lot of
Careful.
Just trying to get the critical mass with paladins. Raiding party.
أمر من دون فكر Keeping back
Hey, pallies over here. Step by.
paladins are fighting, not fighting with paladins.
Alright, roger. Taking them in to the rear, distracting them, hitting their eco. Now doing the same on the Dobo side. Replenishing paladins.
Bizim ben.
Try to focus down the Scorps real quick.
Incoming.
Scorps are okay.
Yeah, gotta keep, you got something in here, but we need more Mugadai. Lots of them.
Yeah, I'm trying, and that's not me, that's Fast like, just eating food with super fast.
Bigin ben barilik chimo. Checker. Chimo.
Setting up, setting up for more eco runs.
We need like onagers and I don't know. Like I'm the only one here. What's up? Like they're all here. Like what's up with that?
I didn't make a lot of stuff.
All right, I'm gonna get more conks in there.
Like we need onagers and pallies.
Making onagers.
That's what bombard towers, bro. Like I didn't see any, like a lot of bombard towers. You gotta make many. Like I don't know, you needed to build many bombard towers. Like you don't have bombard
Yeah,
towers.
they took out a shitload.
No, I know, but you need to do it for defense. Like they're getting like that death ball because we don't have like any way to stop them right now. We don't have wood. Like, I mean, what are my elephants gonna do if you guys can't support them? That's all I'm saying. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm just making Ellie's just so I have a front line. I don't want to build any other unit right now.
All right, I'm building more bombard towers.
I can't even send anything up front right now. You're not there, Fassel. Like, you don't have forces there.
It's the Indian Ellies, they kind of... We
Yeah,
didn't
but
have a-
Indian Ellies isn't an issue right now. The issue is that we don't have bombards and we don't have paladins. And then who's gonna help keep our siege?
Alright, I'm trying.
What are your resources, by the way, guys?
10,000, 28,000, 5,500.
134, 2,000, 1,600, 890.
Fassel, you're just out of it almost.
I'm out of wood, but that's because I sold it for food. But I don't need wood, right?
No, you don't, but you needed stone to build, like... I mean, do you know what takes this out? You need pallies, and you need conks. Pallies and conks, right? And then we need onagers, but we don't have onagers.
They've been targeting the onagers with the paladins.
I mean, what are my elephants gonna do without the support?
I'm just trying to ward off some attacks right here.
Yeah, but get the freaking trebs, bro. Like, I don't know what you guys want me to do, but...
Working on more pallies. Rallying them. Working on bombard towers too.
Alright, GG. You guys can't really do it.
Alright.
Do you know what went wrong?
Couldn't keep the siege alive.
Well, Vassal had to pressure with lots of pallies that back line, but and bombard towers needed to made to protect the siege. So basically, you build bombard, 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 and then the siege and the Mungadai are among the bombard towers. So because Fassel didn't build enough bombard towers and just built a couple in the front line and not really help move the game forward. That's what happened. But that's all right.
Good game.
Good game.
GG.
Yeah. So, well played. I wanted
Getting cut off.
I didn't want to build too many other things to stop that, but you know, overall it was just like overwhelming force, and we didn't basically have enough to counter that. So remember when we moved with our Ellies on the counter attack? If I build siege Trebs, we basically wipe out that area immediately. But I didn't want to do that because that's not for me. I was going to stick to just Ellies. And Fassel was supposed to build more bombards, helping provide cover for Salman, but he never built within Salman's army. So since Fassel didn't build that many bombards and just build them around like he built them sort of like from side to side instead of just building them more like around Salman's units. Basically, you guys were able to like kind of come in and take Salman's units out, the onagers and stuff. So, but eventually it was just going to be a numbers thing at that point, like because we weren't able to like defend the units that Salman was making, and Salman didn't really have enough castles to build the Mungadai, which was kind of problematic. So it was just a couple of issues on support, which then had a ripple effect. So that's what that was. Generally, you know, the game was pretty okay. It was pretty good, like from both sides. So overall, I was pretty happy with it, with how you guys were playing it, and so you guys played like, which was fine, like how you're playing it mostly. Dobo attacking a little bit on the side was kind of like not that great. Gotta stick to your team. Don't have to pick fights with my villagers or do anything like that. You built way too many skirmishers early on, not really necessary. Just basically concentrate on collecting resources, build your economy, and build the right units to layer the original force that Shoaib was kind of making. So I think like it would take me more work to do in order to protect our side, which I didn't feel like doing. So I kind of like let Shoaib build, because there were two tries or 3 tries on the counter attack where we could have just rolled you because Shoaib didn't build enough at the time. And Dobo and Sharky, you guys are not like with your team, and then you were attacking kind of not that great, which kind of really hurt them on the counter attack. So you got to work more closely with your teammates to understand like how you want to use like what you have, right? Like,
did you guys sanction the hits on blue?
No, once we saw that, we told him to stop, so then he listened right after that. So that was not sanctioned.
Yeah, that was just Sharky with the resources where he was getting hit over the mountain. So I was like, I'll just go and stop the towers from being made. But then everyone was like, stop doing that.
yeah, but I mean more in the middle. Like,
yeah, that's when that was when it happened in the middle, because the
Yeah.
towers were already up over there, and I was like, I'll just stop the towers from being
I mean, I
built.
think to Sharky and Dobo's credit, I think early game we kind of were struggling, but then mid game we kind of like had started getting better comms, and Sharky and Dobo were responding much better to the comms and stuff, so that helped.
Right.
So, it
So
was nice to see the improvement at least.
yeah, I mean,
towards the middle of the game.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The games are the incremental advantages are all happening early game.
Mhm.
So here's what I'm going to talk about. Bad use of cavalry Shoaib from you to get them all killed. Hurt you economically.
You mean that one time where I got
Yes.
kinda,
Yeah.
caught?
Well,
I mean with the scorpions and the other guy?
no, forget about scorpions. That's so late.
Early game.
Oh,
There
early
were 2
game.
raids with the scouts.
Then very bad usage of the pallies. Now, by the way, the pallies on the markets was not necessarily bad, but the early hurt can easily turn into a counterplay from our side, right? And the problem is that if like I decide to hit because I can and we're down a man, that just puts basically you lose mid because you're out of it. Because all I do is come straight for your eco. Because I know you're down on food, and I know you spent it all on the scouts. So I guess what I'm saying is that those early mistakes cannot happen. Like regardless of how the game eventually went, I mean I'm just saying like those early mistakes can't happen. Of course there were some other problems that we had some issues on our team where we're down a man too. So I don't want to be too hard on some of that, but the focus more is like what you guys were doing. So, going too hard early, like with the Cav. So think about it this way: Logan hit the markets early. I go straight and basically wreck Logan's wood economy. He'll never be able to get his onagers in siege really, which would also affect his pikes. Because so think about it this way: the numbers you have plus the numbers Logan has, I can just go straight in with the total, like that much force, right? In which case, I don't even care about your town center fire, because it's post-imperial, so pallies are good, right? So I guess what I'm trying to impress upon you is the early game mistakes will kill you, and those raids. So let me put it this way: if the army doesn't really live, especially gold unit army like paladins, if they don't live, you lose. You have to be ready for a counterplay. And if your economy gets hurt because of how early you guys started attacking, I'm not saying you don't attack. I'm just saying don't lose your shit when you're attacking, right? So if you lose your shit when you're attacking and you don't really get that much out of it. So for example, why is Logan's attack on the market not that great? Because in the end, one market was left. You know what that means? The one market being left, it means that our trade wasn't actually really that disrupted.
Yeah,
because
but you guys did the same thing to us and didn't do anything. I mean,
hold on a second. I'm talking about improving the game, bruh. I didn't come in to raid you.
Somebody came in.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is they're not equal. These are not equal things. Anything we can do to slow you down is a win in a 4v3. You coming in and slowing us down, if you can, is great if you can. But the problem is you're not slowing anything down like that necessarily. That's the problem. Like if you're up a man, me slowing you down helps me delay like how effective you're gonna be. You slowing me down makes it so that you guys get a huge advantage and you can push it. What I'm saying is in the first 25 minutes, you and Sharky are not really there. So it's really left on Shoaib and Logan, right? Well, they didn't really make that much of an impact with what they had. And what I'm saying is, if I just go in with, if I really go in with Faisal and Salman, they lose that. Like Shoaib is done. You don't understand. I'm telling you, Shoaib is out of the game because he was hurting a lot.
Yeah, his score was the lowest for the longest time.
I know. So my point is, what I'm trying to impress upon you is learn to identify and talk to your. I hope you can speak to somebody in comms. Shoaib just got wrecked. His economy is in shambles. Like he can't support anything. Mid is open. Like he can't do anything. And Logan used some more resources of his to take out a market, which he took out 2 and he couldn't get the 3rd, which didn't really disrupt our market. And then Logan's by himself. So literally your forces had to come straight to mid immediately, no questions asked. So what I'm saying is understand that this game is more about the 4 players and not really the 3 players. So I'm talking more about what you guys did, because more than likely when we play this game in a 4v4, it's gonna kind of turn into that early game attacks and that. So what I'm trying to say is Shoaib was out of the game. If we just go in, Shoaib's done. And by the way, Logan can't stop it. That's the problem. Logan went Celts. So all you're going to get from Logan He's not gonna build siege at that time. He didn't have enough gold, so he was just gonna go skirms, pikes, food horses maybe, if he's lucky, because he spent everything on paladins, so he didn't have much gold. And the problem is that we're coming in with like horse archers, pikes, and our own paladins and camels. So if we just add a couple of siege, right? It's just we just run through. So I guess my point is that you have to be able to identify early game, drop everything, because one of your players, especially the guy in mid, is hurting. Shoaib, did you mention that you were hurting?
I think I was struggling with food initially, like a bit early game, so I did call that out, and then I had to work on my farms, right?
Yeah.
Oh no! I mean your 2 very ineffective raids, which pretty much you lost everything.
The only reason I did a raid is because you guys kept raiding me, so then I just did 1 counter raid, right? I didn't do 2.
No, I didn't raid you at all.
And
he
was like 1 or 2 scouts, bro.
Yeah, no, not raiding like that, yeah. But anyway.
No, you sent a whole freaking cavalry. You sent freaking cavalry rushes.
Yeah, food units, yeah.
Anyway, here's the thing. What I'm saying is, Shoaib, because it hurt you and put you back, that it's the first 20 minutes of the game. You cannot, as an Indian player, be that behind. That's the problem. Like, you can't be that behind, right? So the key is, what did I tell you? If you're gonna raid, you got to do it in a way that does not affect you. Like, it doesn't really put you behind. So if you're like, hey, I'm gonna go and make a big difference, well then I guess you didn't really make that of a difference. That's okay. I mean, you're gonna learn. You're gonna kind of learn this. All I'm saying is that in the first 20 minutes, basically I'm analyzing this game mostly in the first 20-25 minutes of the game, because that's the most important part of the game. So what I'm saying is, in that, how are you able to best gain an incremental advantage over the other team? So one is like, yeah, you're able to hit the eco. I mean, I wouldn't even bother with trade, because trade's not really that prevalent. And then did anyone ever go for wood villagers ever? Anybody?
Show did try.
I tried to go a little bit.
Yeah, but a little.
As many.
Yeah, there you go. So what I'm saying is that somebody has to get your back. Guys, do you remember the games where when you're against Huns, like the guy who's getting charged or attacked, he's going like super defensive and has to build pikes. But if he doesn't have that many pikes, usually other players are helping him. It's really the same thing. Like, the guy that ends up trying to do the raid or attack is always going to be behind. If he gets counter-attacked, he's basically out. That's the problem. So
my question is, Shoaib, did you inform?
Yeah, I called it out like 2-3 times. I'm like, my intent was to try to I guess harass at least the villagers, right, a bit. So that's why I did call that out like 3 times before I went in, and there was no resistance to that, right?
Sure, and that's fine. That's okay. That's
like, for example, I think Logan, you called yours after the fact, right? Because I don't remember your market thing. I think you called it afterwards, right? That hey, I was able to take some markets out. Like, I didn't know that was happening when it was happening.
Oh, yeah. You didn't know?
No. But I think maybe that's, I guess maybe that also hurt both of us too, because I guess we need to be more open about that, right? So, if one of us is doing it, the other doesn't do it or something.
Man, because when I was on your side, I expressly told you guys. Anytime
no, I know. That's why I kept calling it out before. Like, I think I said it like 3 times before I actually went in, right? So.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, and that's okay. So, the main things I want to make sure that everybody understands, right? Because the most big takeaways in this game, if you're gonna go and attack, the guy who's attacking is probably going to be the weakest player for a while. And if he doesn't do a same play on the other player, you guys are going to get hurt hard on a counterattack play. Number 1. And there's nothing anybody can do after that. Now, the only other thing you can do is literally the guy that's supporting, they literally have to drop everything, and they gotta go straight to the guy that just lost a bunch of shit. Because that's where the attack's coming. Like, I'm just telling you, that's where the attack's coming. You have to. I don't care if you've got, like, boars to clear out. It doesn't matter. Your forces have to go to the guy that just lost a bunch of shit. Like, it just has to. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, no one's ever going to do raiding or attacking unless they've informed the team. It's a rule. Period. Nobody's just randomly going to do shit. Number two. Number three. Dobo and Sharky, you guys just kind of got caught with just doing stupid shit, which Munsif gets caught doing too, is like fighting a tower, when your team is in dire straits. Literally, when you guys are attacking that tower, like all this other shit was going on the other side. It's just, you must be in, especially because you're not on that side of the map, so you don't know all the goings-ons of what's actually happening. But here's something you do know. Shoaib, I can't speak to the Logan thing because he just said after the fact he sent his pallies. But I can speak to the fact that Shoaib multiple times said I'm sending this raid. Shoaib, question for you. What if the raid was not successful, did you at least let them know that, hey, it wasn't and I'm kind of down? I can't hear you, Shoaib.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my intent was to try to basically kill, and mostly like Fatsel's villagers, right? Initially,
Sure.
right? As many as I can to kind of slow him down a little bit, right? So, I guess as far as I was concerned, I did get a few villagers, right? And then I think after that, I moved to Salman's villagers a little bit because Fatsel had halves come in, right? Afterwards, so I guess in my mind, I didn't think it was necessarily a complete failure, right? So that's why I didn't call it out at the time.
Okay, I see. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that usually, if you're not able to like put the other player down way behind, so if we think about it this way, you know, like how your score was. If your score is in the low 7,000, 8,000, or whatever it was, and the other player that you're attacking is not that low, like you didn't put them that behind, you're like literally screwed. Like you're just screwed. You're like you can bet that a counterattack is coming and it's not going to be kind. I think you guys played that. You know, like when Logan came in with the skirmishers and Shoaib and pikes, and then you lost them at your base.
Yeah, I remember.
Even Logan, if you look at that recording, he didn't recognize that put him behind a lot. And you, basically, on the counterplay, actually got the incremental advantage. And by the way, you rolled with it, right? What I'm saying is something similar happened here where you lost, so first of all, I would not use that many horses, by the way, Shoaib. Like, you just wouldn't invest that much, number one. Just because it's easier to micro and that sort of thing. So the thought is okay, it's just that you shouldn't lose that many. Having said that, nobody, since you, I guess the big thing there is that since you didn't really recognize that you lost like a lot, the key thing is this though. You were quite behind. After that, not before that. After that, you were quite behind. So that's where I think there needs to be some kind of team synergy where if people are seeing, like, there should be somebody besides yourself looking at that raid. So Logan or whoever, right? Like if you're making a raid, somebody ought to, at least one other player, also ought to be looking at like what's going on, especially because it gives you like more information, right? It gives you scouting information. It gives you like a ton of information, right? So it's useful to see what's going on. And if you also feel that, if you feel like it was an even trade, you can call it out. Hey guys, it was an even trade, you know? But if it's not an even trade, or if you feel like, you know, more resources went in than not, my suggestion would be to call out your resource count, especially if it's early, and if you're like way behind, at least it gives it telegraphs to the other players that you need help. Like somebody needs to defend your side because maybe you're low on food and you can't even build anything because you have no food. So, or alternatively, somebody could use the market, you know, and kind of give you the food or something like that. But somebody has to do something. The problem, though, the only concern I have is Sharky and Dobo cannot get, especially like 5-10 minutes, just doing these skirmishes. Because skirmishing, taking care of eco, and helping your teammates is a little bit too much to ask of you guys. So my directive is going to always be, get the resources you can, focus on economy and just keep and make units, make your units as discussed. But definitely, if you're gonna park units, you want to do it with the players that are kind of like taking the most risk. So whoever on your team is like taking more risk, and depending on the situation of where you're located, the player closest to that guy who's taking risk, please send your forces to him. Alternatively, find out if the guy is low or really behind, because you need to help out somehow, right? And on the flip side, Logan, for you, I would just say, I want you to telegraph like what you're doing to the team, like always. Just always telegraph. And if it didn't go well, and it happens, you know, sometimes it doesn't go well, just say, hey man, I just got shit on. And then but don't just say that, right? Say, I got shit on. Here's my resource count right now. And I'm a little behind, or I'm going to be behind, or say something, so that at least here's what can't happen. You and Shoaib can't be behind at the same time. It could be person X. Like you and person X, whoever you're with, cannot be behind at the same time. Alternate, sure. Behind at the same time, no, that can't happen. And with the way this map's going to be, and I'm envisioning like how the 4v4 will, I am suspecting that the full line is going to be like fought. So Shoaib, chances are that, you know, this is going to degenerate into like a 2v2 on one side and 2v2 on the other side. So even if Dobo and Sharky wanted, or whoever the players are the next week, they just won't be able to really help. So the only person who is the closest to you in this game would be like Logan or the person just next to you, like the one that you're relying on the 2v2. So you just need to make sure, however you plan it out, that the guy who is next to you in your 2v2 for half of the map is not the guy that's low. So you and your guy who's working with you, your support guy, is not raiding at the same time. Like if one guy does the raid, the other guy has to like play, hey, I'm protecting, I'm supporting, and I got like resources available. Alternatively, if Logan decides to do it and whoever his teammate is, he's the guy who's covering his back and making sure that in the event something goes wrong, he can defend. He can like hold it so that Logan can come back into the game and recover. That to me is like the big takeaway here. Everything else is just overtime. It was just a Zerg thing. But you know, generally mid game, because economies kind of kept churning, then it just became like, hey, pump, and let's get those units cranking, and that's okay. It was fun game. I enjoyed it. I liked it. I know I initially made the paladins and camels, but then I found out the moment I went a little further in, you guys were like not able to stop it. At some point, I think Logan didn't even have enough pikes. There, you had skirmishers and had your own pallies, but then we started having like Facel's pikes. I want you to think back on when Facel had pikes in decent number, and Salman had a decent number of horse archers, and then I had my paladins and camels. It is at that point the game is kind of done. So why that part is really important is because next week, in the first 25 minutes of the game, that is exactly the point where you will lose the advantage. Like the incremental advantage will be lost right there. And that will turn into a rout. So, yes, I'm happy that Dobo and Sharky played where their economy was, you know, churning and they were churning units. The idea is going to be that I was really analyzing this game for the first 25 minutes, to be honest. The first 25 minutes is what counts. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed. I noticed that the the stupid mountains did not stop the scouting, did it?
We noticed that.
Yeah.
That was it was a little shitty. That kind of did like annoy me a bit. At least I'm gonna fix that. I just never knew that for them. I thought on Age's DE they would have fixed that issue, but damn, like I literally have to make I was trying to not use the cliffs and the berry bushes and shit. But damn, man, like I guess like even if I did that. By the way, was it just one place or did it happen on the other side of the map too?
Happened on the other side of the map too.
Same thing.
Yeah, that's how the paladins got in. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So anyway, so that was kind of like whatever. I mean, I wasn't sure how the whole thing was gonna work, but if that area held, then cavalry and everything would have kind of have to go through the mid area. But it's good. It was good. At least we tested it out this way. So for next week when we really have the 4v4, I'm gonna rework the map. Just so you guys know, I'm gonna rework the map just so that you cannot be able. You're not able to send like units through the mountain stuff. So I'm just gonna have to go figure that out. On our side, the key had to be is the bombard towers needed to protect the horse archers and siege, and because of a lack of those bombard towers specifically around being built around the cavalry and the cav archers and the siege units, that inherently led to a churn issue.
All right, good night, Shoaib.
Yeah, good night, Shoaib. And that kind of like led to like whatever the collapse. Part of it too was because I didn't want to keep pushing with the in the back line with the pallies and the camels. So since I kind of stopped that, then it was really the bombard towers with what Salman had was as like the main line of defense that would give Salman the presence that he needed. But whatever, like ultimately Faisal never was able to build those bombard towers, which meant that Salman kind of screwed. And then I was like, all right, whatever. So then we just kind of played with the LUs. Even then we had an opportunity, but I wasn't going to change anything because I really wanted my team to provide the support my elephants needed, and they didn't get as much support as they should have, precisely because the bombard towers weren't there, and that just kind of led to it. Now, why that's useful is I want you to pay attention to because one person didn't really effectively do the one part, the other part fell, and then it was like it didn't matter what I would do. Not like I was going to do anything to kind of work out of my way and make siege and break it all, what you guys were doing. I wasn't going to do that because we didn't follow what we were supposed to do. So on our side, we needed to do that, and if we couldn't do that properly, I wasn't going to reward it by just stalling the game and then just kind of creating a context for us to do it. So overall, I was super happy. Dilbo Sharky mid-game, good work on shining in mid-game. I need you to be able to do that mid-game stuff early on. So literally for you guys to be effective and the games to be awesome and explosive, I just need you guys to do a couple of things. One, still work on that eco. So there, I would say 3 main areas that I want Dilbo and Sharky specifically to be working on. Okay, number 1. Oh, 4 things. Sorry, 4 things. First, civ picks. You're not going to overlap your civ picks like you were doing before. Like, you're not going to overlap them. You're going to work with the team and figure out what's your primary and what's your secondary. And secondary cannot be siege, ever. Also, make sure that you and Sharky are not... And by the way, it doesn't even matter if Sharky's there or not, or Dilbo if you're there or not. It doesn't matter. The point is that it could be Munsif. It could be somebody else. You don't want to be like the same as the other guy. So work with the team to understand what the civ picks are and just work that context. Number 1. Number 2. There needs to be a concerted effort where you scout your area. Right? So number 2, scouting. But I don't want you to make too many scouts, and I don't want you to lose your scouts. Okay? So I don't want you to make like 5 or 6 cavalry. Like, no. 2 or 3 is fine at most. That's it. No more. Number 3. Do the 2 town center setup And I want you to crank villagers like no tomorrow. Okay? Like no tomorrow. Villager, 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 villager. That's it. If you're doing, like, it doesn't matter. Food and wood. Like, that's what you're working on. You only do markets when your team starts talking about markets. But till then, that's what you're doing. Number 4, but the most critical and important. I gotta hear comms from both of you. I want to hear you guys talk. I don't care what it is. You need to say, this is what I'm doing now. After a little bit, say, this is my current status. I want you to telegraph that whether somebody asks you or not. Those are keys for you guys and of improvement. I think we did pretty good overall. I also think that you learned some experiences today when you were kind of like down in pressure. You guys still made units, and it was food units, and it was still good to see. So just because you lose units that are like you don't have gold and you don't have a market, doesn't mean you can't help your team. You can be extremely effective in helping your team with food units, which all relies on your early game economy of that 2 TC kind of build up. And then of course, just because I said 2 TC doesn't mean that you don't build a third. Hey, you get an opportunity, build a third, man. You know, go build it. Like, just manage your economy like that. But never get caught in the first 20 minutes or 25 minutes with like, hey, shit, I'm out of wood, or hey, shit, I'm out of food. Like, that will never happen between the two of you. Yeah. So other than that, I thought that was well played. Overall, Logan and Shoaib, you guys, kind of did great. Logan, you did pretty good job today. Definitely want you to do more telegraphing of your attacks. More importantly, it doesn't matter who your support player is or who you're supporting. Whoever is like tag teaming on the side that they're tag teaming, they have to be super communicative. Like, just super communicative. If somebody's gonna go do a raid, the other guy's like, okay, man, I got your back. Vice versa, things like that. And then when the raid's occurring, I need to see that whoever's the support player, he's monitoring what the hell happened with the raid. Because based on that, if it was successful, he's like, oh shit, like, you know what? We're doing pretty good. We just got an incremental advantage, and now we can push that. Like, they don't have enough units to defend. Alternatively, if it didn't go well, you're like, oh shit, guys, I mean, I'm here to really help. I need to make units to bolster and support the defense. Because, man, I'm bracing for a counterattack. Something like that. So, however you divvy out the 2v2s, like, that's how I'm envisioning how this thing is going to go. And more than likely, on this map, it's probably where on the same mid area, one side will be pushing and one side will be defending. So be ready on how you guys envision, like, how that, offense to defense would happen. So and please, can't get upset at people, because more than likely, it's very likely that the 4 players that are playing, whoever are the 2 players playing, it's going to be very difficult for them to always know what the hell's going on the other part of the map. Like, they're not going to know. Unless somebody tells them. Like, that's where I'm really hoping there's more communication from you guys, because whoever is going to be on the back foot, they're going to have to... So whoever's on the back foot, they're going to talk. Like, they're going to be the ones who are going to be more like, hey, guys, we're getting pushed.
Well, I got something to say, though, is so there's 3 colors on the other side, all right? And blue, we all know, is obviously like the leader, the main, like, really good. Where are the other 2 colors? I mean, this is the whole standing army thing, right? If you have a standing army, you should not just be sitting there.
Correct.
So you got to be looking around. You should be like, hey, what should I help out with? So you can definitely call that out, right? Ask for, hey, does anyone need help? So you shouldn't just be sitting and especially if you have one type of unit. If you have a well-rounded unit because you're defending, or not unit, army, that makes perfect sense to be like standing ground. But not when you have like just archers. I mean, you're gonna get raided. Like, one thing could just wipe you. So in order for you to actually be useful is to be with the units that make you useful, right? Because if you're just sitting there with a unit that's gonna just get like ambushed or whatever, like, what good is it for you to just be in the open, like, in one spot? So I think that's definitely where you need to be like at least vocal and say, hey, anyone need help? Where should I be at? Like,
Right.
I mean, and like I said, you can't just have one unit. You got to be well rounded.
Oh, yeah. Logan, good point. Thank you for that. So, one of the challenges that Sharky and Dobo are experiencing is that they're building a unit to kind of like take out the boars or whatever, and they're tunneling. They're tunneling to try to get their economy down, which means that they don't have their mental queue is full already. They can't eat. They can barely change the screen to go to the other side to see what's going on. They can't even talk to some extent. Okay, and that's not just even with them. There's a personality element to some degree, but I'm just saying like Dobo is super like communicative, right? But even Dobo's mental queue gets
Well, that's
full.
why I mentioned the whole thing of the like you should at least have a stables, a barracks, and archer range. To if you're gonna sit like that, don't just sit with one unit. Sit with
Yeah.
at least a well-rounded. I mean, I was doing it on my side. I mean, I had halbs. I'm not gonna go full halbs. I'm not gonna go full skirms either. But I'm gonna have something that if something were to come to me, I'm not gonna be completely wiped. So yeah.
Logan, that's why I have them on a dual role system. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah.
I also still do think that it's inaccurate that me and Sharky don't communicate. I think that half the time we're not listened to, but we do a good job. Obviously, we do a good job of communicating with each other. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't team us up all the time.
Yeah.
So
Say that again. Say that again. You're saying that no one listens to you?
No, I mean we just get overlooked because it's Sharky and Dobo.
Is that a general Sharky? You feel that?
I do concur that it's we're better talking amongst ourselves
Mm-hmm.
as far as communicating with the kind of the other tier, which Logan and Shoaib. I think there's kind of a gap there.
Yeah,
So
but
we
but I guess
communicate clearly with each
Were you
other.
talking like your strategy at the beginning of the game, or
no, we talked during the game.
because I think partly this game, especially you like saying stuff on the right, and the right really the action was on the left.
I don't
like
even
that.
mean
All
this-
the action, three colors were on the left. The right was just you like messing with blue.
I don't mean
So
with this
that's
game,
where we
Logan.
kind of
Logan,
like were.
Logan, I don't mean just
Go?
for this game.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like in general. I mean, it's just
I have noticed that trend when I've checked the recordings. I know what you guys are talking about.
Hey, Sharky, is that so? Let's not be coy about it. Sharky, when you say gap, I mean, is it really that you feel that even if you talk, nobody really cares and cares to really listen to you?
Well, as far as communicating, I think maybe there's sometimes I think especially that first game where I was telegraphing my movements, and I got some feedback on Salman's end, but I think especially in the challenges in the second game, things kind of broke down.
Part of it, to be honest, from my perspective, you guys kind of went quiet too.
well, because no one was listening to us.
I mean, you guys were just saying to quit, and we're saying you just need to defend.
So
before that though, it was
but you need to give a specific example. What did you say that you got no response on? Like what specifically thing that sticks to your mind that you said, hey, X,
like
Y,
I said,
Z.
it's not about like this week. I can't think of a specific thing.
Oh,
this week. I'm
so
saying
you
in general.
you don't mean these games that we had to like tonight?
No, I mean it did happen today, but
Okay,
I can't think of
that's the one-
a specific example
but-
where it happened. All I'm saying is it happens, and Sharky just said the same thing. So I mean, and me and him do well at communicating with each other because we listen to each other. We work well with each other because we actually listen to each other. So I mean, that's just my opinion on it.
You have to
and
remember,
he like you said, he just concurred with my opinion on it. So I mean, that just is what it is.
So sometimes you have to remember one of the things is you guys are kind of looking in the same area, so you guys are on the same page. What about you're gonna take the second game as an example? I'm looking at the left flank, and I'm fully engaged in the left flank. I'm not looking at mid. So I can't say anything because I don't know what's going on mid. That's what you
Right,
guys
but
know,
you
right?
but you guys expect us to know what's going on the left flank as well. Like that's literally the same thing that
Yeah,
you
no,
were
no.
just
That
saying
that's
is
why
that
I said
we should know what's going
that's
on with
that's why I
Logan
said
and
that's why I said to you guys, I'm pushing on the left side. I just need you guys to defend.
right. And I mean we say the same thing. I mean we came in with the plan that we came in with, and that's what we stuck to. This game was that me and Sharky were gonna build up on the right. We were gonna let them hold off on the left, and then we were gonna come in and help. That was the plan. That's what we stuck to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. I want to make sure that we're pretty clear about it, because I was listening to your comms. They're not useful, at least in the game that you're talking about. Saying
Yeah,
I'm
no,
out of
like I
this.
said,
So,
it's a general. It's just
no, no, no.
a
I
general
want to.
thing.
Yeah, Dobo. I'll get to the general in a minute, but I want to talk about the specific because the specific makes sure we understand the right context, and then we can go to general. Okay. In the specific instance in game 2, okay, there were things you guys needed to do. Okay, and you guys struggled with space. You guys struggled with building like your economy properly. You kind of built your economy, and to be honest, Shuaib and Salman and I called out, "Hey, got to build your market, right?" No real answer. Said, "Oh, sure, okay," but it was almost a half-hearted because you guys were saying, "Hey, working with each other to kind of get into mid as soon as possible," which is fine if you were going to take charge of mid. But then you're not calling out that there's 4 colors mid. You're not calling out that, and by the way, it was in your area. So you didn't call out that there were 4 colors in mid. You also didn't call out that you were getting crushed in mid. Till you actually got crushed. And actually you didn't, it's not like you and Sharky said it. I said to Salman, hey, yo, they're done.
By that point, I knew, and I was starting to.
Yeah. I know, but I was, and why do you think I even just moved kind of units there, but I didn't move them in the front? I actually left them by the gate.
Too. I saw that too.
Yeah, I left them by the gate. So my point is that unless so at least in the game where you've got the most experienced players, I am saying that your comms were not effective. And
but
when you guys,
I feel like it's a mixed message though, because
what's a
there have
mixed
been
message?
times where I've asked you for help, and then Logan talked to me separately, like, "Don't ask for help like that." Like, so.
Ask for me. What help are you? What do you mean? Help? What kind of help?
Like probably one of the earlier games I played with you guys. But I was like, all right, well, if I can ask you for help, then like, come help me over here. And you did, and then Logan was like, don't do that again. Like, you can't ask like that, like just to have him come and save you. So I don't do it anymore. Like, which is fine. But I'm just saying.
I don't know. Well, I think it's a good listen. I think this communication thing is a good topic because it is something of a stickler between the whole group, and I'm telling you, as a group, as in a group of individuals, we all want you and Sharky to be more vocal. So let me just make sure that I state it clearly. You guys must be more vocal. That's number one. So anyone who doesn't want that is they're not part of the. They're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm being very, very clear. You guys must be more vocal. Period.
I don't think anyone in my life has ever asked me to be more vocal, by the way.
Hey, listen, I'm saying that because they're different personalities, Dobo. Sharky is an introvert, kinda. He doesn't really go out of his way to say a ton of shit, like he doesn't. You, on the other hand, you say a bunch of shit. But the problem is, we need to get to a middle ground where Sharky is also communicating, and you are also communicating. The difference is, Sharky just needs to get to the point where he's actively communicating about things that are happening, and you need to get a point of you're saying useful things, not things. So I can say that because in the game you're talking about, the fact that you're going to say, I don't have any gold, I'm fucked. There's nothing for me to do. None of those that information other than I don't have gold is really useful. Like none of it's actionable. It doesn't help your team. You're just kind of like nagging. Like you're kind of like, to be honest, you're just kind of like bitching. Like no one cares.
Well, yeah,
But-
because I thought, I mean, the game was over.
I
and,
know-
it goes
I know
to, like,
you're
what
thinking
Munsif
that.
said. It goes to like what Munsif said, like
Yeah,
that
yeah,
game
I know.
was over at that point. And
I know, but that doesn't mean that the lesson is over. However, you're not asking the right questions. Guys, I'm getting crushed with the units that I have. What do we need to do? And you know what? You know who asked this type of question? Sharky does. Sharky, how many times you've said, "Hey man, what are we gonna do about these camels? Hey guys, these camels are crushing me. I can't attack because the camels are there." Or alternatively, last week you were saying, "Hey, well, what are we gonna do about the Mamluks?" You know what I mean? Like you asked that question. Those are good questions. That's the kind of comms we want, because you're identifying something that's killing you and you're putting it out to the team and saying, "Guys, this shit's killing me or killing us. What are we going to do about it?" Completely valid. But anything else that's kind of like, "Hey, I can't do this," or "Oh shit," like this, or "Oh shit," or that, that's kind of like, all right, man. I mean, I know you're going through shit, but everybody else is kind of going through their own shit too. So I'm not so sure that we want to fill comms with just noise. I think the comms have to be just like pertinent to, "Hey, we need this, I need this, or I don't know how to do this." Like if you're getting screwed with something, then call it. Like, you know, like for example, and I'm absolutely not picking on you per se. I'm just simply saying because I want to see you improve. You take your villagers. You repeatedly after Salman and me have been telling you market, but I understand why you didn't do the market, because by that time you and Sharky were already engaged in mid. You know, like, because you remember you guys said, oh guys, they're already here. So I know you guys were kind of like already engaged. But you took the time eventually, after so many times we asked you to build your market, to build a market right on top of a couple of boars. Now, whether you saw the boars, you didn't see the boars, because of the heat.
I obviously didn't see the boars.
I know.
After the week where I got destroyed by boars, I'm not trying to live out my life with boars.
Yeah.
But they seem to be my curse.
They seem to be. But here's my point. At some point, you had to, in order to lay the foundation, you had to go to that side, to that area. So all I'm saying is, if you communicate with me, like, hey, I need to do this, I will, like, help you. You never asked me. I didn't help you. So I'm there to help you, but I can't help you if you don't ask for help. And there's different kinds of help, right? Not the kind of help that where guys have in the past. And I understand where Logan may be coming from. Like, you know, you got it single. Imagine this. You got your single unit like you always do with pikes and say, "Hey, Horm, can you help me here?" Freaking I come in with all the other shit and you take out the guy in front of you. Alternatively, if you've been told, "Hey, don't go single unit, build a balanced bunch of units," and then you're just getting wrecked because you don't know how to handle it, right? Then, yes, you're going to learn a lesson in-game that, hey, shit, I built only skirmishers. Dobo came... by the way, just so you know, Munsif built... in one of the games last week, Munsif knew you were Gots. He ended up building, like, mostly skirmishers. And you know what you did? You came with a bunch of... it just kind of worked. You came with a bunch of pikes and just overran him. And he literally took those skirmishers, because in his mind he thinks skirmishers beat pikes, except he doesn't think that there's a range limitation. He literally just took his skirmishers and threw him into your pikes, and you just crushed him. Like, you literally crushed him. By the way, just so you know, the games were so close. If Munsif loses that TC, I don't know if Dobo remember last week, you almost got his TC. If you get the TC, Munsif is out of the game. It's that close. So what I'm saying is, does that positively reinforce the fact that you're like, shit, you know, I went with my units and I almost killed a guy? But the point Logan is making is now the games are getting to the point where you cannot really go single unit. You have to build that balance.
I think that this, got off track from the communication.
Well, I think the reason I bring that up is I want to make sure that when you bring examples of why people don't communicate or like we're not heard, I want to specifically, especially that's the most recent games. The most recent games, I felt that Salman did adequate communication, speaking to you guys, but he didn't get as much response from you guys. Some of it is understood because of the mental cue. Some of it is understandable because you guys were fighting. And some of it is just, almost like 30 minutes, like 10 minutes or 15-minute gap. And then suddenly Sharky's like, hey, they're here, they're pushing. Or, oh, they're sending eagles. By the time you say that, it's too late. Like, okay, I understand that they're sending eagles, but you didn't tell me that, what are you doing? Like, are you attacking? Are you defending? Like, what are you doing? And then you're like, oh, and by the way, this was all in your area, like you're the guys in charge of mid, right? So
yeah, but the first time you said that, though, I did make champions, and then it was the second time that really fucked us when they came back. I mean, so I listened to him, and I heard him out, and I built champions and helped, and that's the thing. Me and him is what it is, Me and him,
I know it's
really
easy.
Well, and it's easy for us, but we just don't communicate the same as everybody else.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not good enough in a team player environment where everyone's playing for fun and everybody's trying to work together. It's not good enough. Otherwise, it's like you can play your 1v1 or 2v2, but it's a freaking 4v4.
Yeah, but that just goes back to the same point of what I said. I think that Sharky say the same. We don't feel like anyone gives a fuck what we say. So
anyway, it just seems like I've been on both sides, and I really don't give a shit if somebody's listening to me or not, because if I say something and somebody loses something big because of it, I'm on record and I make a point of it. So I think having at least the communications where I've mentioned, straight up, I've said things like, let's make a show or call out. And recently I've said, if somebody is initiating a fight, they damn well better speak up, because if on the other side someone's there's a retaliation coming, and it may not be on the same person who did the attack, and it may come on a different team member, and that team member may be like, what the fuck did I do? What's this all about? Why am I being attacked out of nowhere? Because you have literally no clue that your teammate went out there and antagonized the other side, right? So what I'm saying is that it's possible to speak in comms where you're very effective, right? And I think then you don't give a shit whether people are listening. I don't think it'll even be a complaint that people don't give a shit what you say, because literally, told you so is the most effective drop the mic effect. Is I told you so, and I'm on stream talking about it, doing the right call outs, for the resources, things of that nature. I don't even understand who would be dismissive of you if you're asking for a resource call out, or if you're asking if everybody's hit their pop limit, or if you're asking if they're ready to go hit, that you better let them know, So I think that when you talk like that, I can't imagine somebody just saying, fuck it, he's just jabbering,
Like I said, it's just...
I think you guys need to switch it up.
It's just my opinion, and like I said, Sharky confirmed what my opinion was.
Well, Sharky, are you confirming everything, or are you just confirming parts of it?
I would say parts of it. Like I did call out kind of the situation that I was facing, and in some cases, yes, there was kind of a response as far as like kind of answers to like kind of general those kind of high end answers, like how do you counter Mamluks or what have you. But in the situation, sometimes I don't really know how the teammate will respond. Like, will they go out and raid and put pressure on the one other side, or are they gonna come with a specific set of units to kind of to counter the counter?
Right. No, but I guess the point is that, let me see if I got this right. There are times that when you speak up, you don't necessarily get a response, and that may be for a variety of reasons, but what I'm trying to pinpoint is when you speak game talk, such as when you either ask for a resource call out or if you're like short on funds or something else, people just don't outright ignore you because you're just Sharky.
No, and that's not what I was saying either, by the way.
Okay, but I got to clarify, right? Because the way you were talking makes it sound like people are dismissive nonetheless, and only you and Sharky are operating on a bandwidth that is uncrackable.
No. I meant like, so, and what Sharky just said, I think, is like, he knows if he calls out and says, like, hey, this unit's coming, he knows that I got his back and I'll be there. Right? Not that, like, if we need resources or things like that, we know that we can ask, and we know that we'll get that and things like that. And maybe it's because we are the weaker players. It just feels like, and it could be like training day, right? You guys got to go handle this shit. It's how it feels, and we just kind of like, all right, I got your back, you got mine. Like, no one's gonna come to our rescue. Let's just fucking go do it. Not that, like, but no, I'm not saying at all that in the fact, like, if we need resources, if we need stone, if we need gold, if we need food, we know that we can ask, and we know that people will listen to that and give it to us. We'll do the same. Is that incorrect, Sharky, or is that kind of...
Yeah, generally, yeah, when we ask for help, we usually kind of, especially resource-wise, usually in the kind of more tactical level, that's where it kind of breaks down.
Yeah, so one quick point again is sometimes you're not people aren't looking at the same section of the map, kind of like the point I was making. I was working on left flank, you guys working on mid, right? So I'm not looking mid, so I'm relying on you guys to tell me what's going on in mid. Likewise, you guys aren't looking left flank, so you guys are relying on me to know what's going on in the left flank. But again, it goes back to sometimes the mental cue. Somebody's so focused that they can't even tell you what's going on. So you guys didn't see me on left flank, but I was playing infantry, siege, archers, and cavalry by myself. Right? So I'm like fully engaged on left flank. I can't spare any thought anywhere else. If that makes sense.
Right, and that's pretty much us the entire game, though, because we're not as advanced players.
No, I get that, right? But and then there's some. So say for instance, I've actually heard a couple times in the streams and the recordings where Sharky asks, "Hey, there's this unit. How do we deal with it?" Like last week, he asked about the Mamelukes. I responded, "Hey, the counter to Mamelukes is archers, right?" I will never go out of my way to ignore one of you guys with a solid question. Never. But I have heard it in past streams where he asks about a specific unit and just gets drowned out. Just completely ignored. I have heard that before. I'm not dismissing it, but I will tell you right now, I will never ignore it as long as I understand the question. I have the presence of mind to tell you an answer.
Yeah, also, I think that you may consider other players more advanced, but I'm going to tell you, I'll start with myself, that if you're going to start asking me things like, how do you take out kip checks? I'll be like, I don't know. And that's what you'll hear from me. I'm not sure. And that's really not a helpful reply, but it's an honest one. So there is something to be said is if you're playing on a team with Salman and Kurum, you'll have much better responses than you would if you're playing on a team with Shoaib, myself. I'm not sure about Logan. I don't think Logan knows pretty much, the entire technology tree himself either. He knows a lot more than I do, but I don't think that he knows it all. So if you happen to see something and it's kind of like crazy, it either may be because the other person isn't quite sure themselves, or you also have to keep in mind I'll tell you myself, I have very limited bandwidth too. So if I'm tapped out and you're asking me something while I'm tapped out, I think this happens quite a bit. It's not because you're being willfully ignored, it's because shit. So by the way, I don't know if you've ever heard me on stream, I'll start repeating myself. Now that's something I haven't heard you guys do. So if I heard that nobody got a response, and Logan knows this, Okay, did somebody copy my question? I just asked this, and then I'll get annoying, and I'll say, did somebody copy? Did somebody copy? And then I'll start pinging. Right? I get annoying. Now here's the thing: neither of you guys do that. So if I want something, I go and get it. Right?
That's fair. You know, that's fair.
As long as everybody feels that they're heard. I mean, you may not always get the answer you're seeking, but I want there to be like an active voice, not a passive voice. Whoever's passive in this game is kind of like it's just hurts. It just hurts, man. It hurts the team. It hurts you. It's just bad. So be active. But when I mean active as a general rule for everybody, I don't mean active bitching. Like active, hey, I don't know what to do with this unit, or hey, I'm getting rolled because you've got these units killing me. Like something like that. Or, I was supposed to build, I'm building these units, but they're just dying. What can I do to defend this? At a minimum, somebody's going to look at your screen to see, because they know the area you're attacking or defending or whatever you're doing. Like, for example, if you guys are attacking, swordsmen make sense, Dobo. But if you're defending, you probably need cavalry to take care of the Eagle Warriors because swordsmen can't chase them. In which case, you can't help Sharky if he's got like siege or other shit going on. Like before you even get to do anything, the Eagle Warriors have kind of done their number. And if you kind of notice, Eagle Warriors were just running behind you guys, like just running away. So my point is that knowing the attack, are you attacking? Are you defending? That's great information to communicate. So at least people can help, right? Especially, and by the way, if something unexpected happens, right? Because maybe in the first game, you guys were the initiators. In the second game, it just kind of like happened where you both were in the same kind of like situation, and you guys got pulled into that conflict. What that meant is that in the first game, you guys got time, right? To kind of build your... Even though you messed up on some things, whatever, it doesn't matter. You got time to work on the eco and blah, blah, blah. Well, in this game, you guys kind of broke in mid, and then fights started happening. So you never got the opportunity to really work the eco, right? Which meant that the market got delayed, some other things happened, like all this other shit happened and things escalated. So I'm just saying, like, whatever's happening, at least... if you feel you're behind, speak up. Tell someone. Someone would have easily told you, hey, listen, I know maybe they have an advantage right now. Just consolidate. Just work that eco still. You see what I'm saying? Like or if you need assistance or like, hey, they're taking this over, at least you're able to communicate certain things so that people can be like, hey, man, right now is not a time for you to I know you feel like you need to do something, but man, you were supposed to do this other things with your eco, with the trade and all this other stuff. You still need to do that because that is where your winning condition is. And I think Salman articulated it, right? Multiple times that your winning condition is you gotta get your eco. It's the bedrock of everything that you do. And to be honest, eventually the food units is what saved. You think you think they were not that useful. They were very useful. Because it basically allowed them to focus and deal with like whatever remnants they had, you had of your units, while it gave Salman time. You were buying Salman time. Now you didn't see it. I saw what Salman was doing. I saw what you guys were doing. It was good to see how you were trying to figure out the pressure situation. Sharky, one question I had for you in that pressure cooker of a situation that was going on with the mid. How do you think post-game, like, now that the game's kind of been done with, what is it that you think you could have maybe done better to improve that situation? And more importantly, did you kind of, like, wholeheartedly agree with Dobo that, hey, it's all fucked, I can't do shit, and there's nothing to do? Or you felt like, you know what, I think there may be still something I can do because I've got resources to do something?
I think it was like I said, it was building management. That was the big kind of Achilles heel in that situation.
Resources wasn't an issue for you,
No, it wasn't.
right?
And I think you said it off the bat that space would be an issue, so you have to be economical with your building management, which that's the lesson learned from that.
Perfect. So yeah. So I mean, look, that's great. Lesson
You
learned.
guys
That's
did
awesome.
great anyway. You've been winning all night, babies. All right, but I gotta get going, guys. I got an appointment tomorrow. So have a good night.
Good night, man.
Good night, man.
All
Good
right,
night.
Overall, good game, guys, and well played, and keep these lessons and work the comms. So the two main things I will just say is work the comms and work the eco for you guys. Everything else will kind of work itself out, and people will listen. Trust me, people will listen, like they just will. I'm telling you.
Yeah, man. You guys get the two lessons or the two things that I said today, which work your eco, keep it safe. Those are your two main objectives I want you two to learn. Because you keep it safe, that means that's the foundation of everything else.
Yeah, good stuff.
Right.
So, the first map, can you remove that bombard tower?
Oh yeah,
I was like, what the fuck is this?
Salman told me about it late. You know when he told me? He told me after we finished this game. The last game. I
Fassel
didn't know
told
about
me
this.
to get those resources. In this was the second
Did
game.
you?
before the
Okay,
second game?
okay.
I
You
never
got the
did.
bombard tower.
Never
What?
did.
I told you I denied it.
Well, and that too, yeah. Simon, yeah. Well, plus second game I went mid, so that didn't help. But the first game, yeah, I kind of
Oh
attempted.
man,
Yeah.
that's such
But
a
well, then we
huge
made our
advantage.
push. Actually, we made our push, then lost mid. So yeah.
Yeah.
But wait, tower was just funny. I'm like, wait.
Wow, but you must have gotten that early, because maybe it
No,
was
he
like
spawned with it.
It spawns. Yeah, somehow it gets created.
what?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you mean it got created?
Because that's Persians, and I'm like, oh, I don't have, or what game? Who was I the first game? I didn't have bombard towers, and I'm like, why do I have a bombard tower here?
Are you sure it spawned, or it was there and then you took it?
No, it spawned.
How do you know it was spawned? Because you scouted it first?
When the game starts, it's right there. Like I have sight over it. So then I was thinking, oh, maybe they have. So the first game, I was like checking on the other side. If like maybe he put a bombard tower just to, I don't know, fuck with us.
What? Hell no! You were saying it just appeared?
Yeah. And then I was like, do I take advantage of it or do I just like?
Hey, was
kinda...
that the game? Was that the game? Guys, can you guys remind me? Was that the game where
Well, the first game we pushed left side and then we lost mid.
But hold on. But it was not in the first game.
It was in the first game too.
It was in both games, yeah.
Are you freaking serious?
And then Fassel or whoever, Fassel told me not to say anything because we wanted to move on to the next game, or maybe it was Shoaib. He was like, "Nah, he's got to take time to change the map. Let's just get going." So I was like, "All right." So because we didn't do retro after that game. Remember, we immediately went into the
We
second
didn't need to do a retro, but that shit's like messed up. Yo, so you okay? Let me ask you this: in both games, did you get the tower?
Yeah.
Okay, so you weren't bitching and crying about it. I thought you were going to be Mr. Stickler. excuse me, sir. There's a bomber tower here. It's unfair. It's grossly unjust.
Like
None
I
of that
said, I
shit
didn't
came
try
out.
to take the resources and make it
No
unfair.
wonder we lost the second game.
Hey, Dobo, you check. Hey, Dobo, you check Sharky. Dobo, do you check that shit out? I don't hear him go off like. I saw the number of boars here. I counted them, and my OCD kicked in, and I didn't understand the number of bushes here and the number of bushes there. Holy shit, mate! Yo, that's pretty messed. That you stinking up the joint, Logan. Straight up.
I didn't use it to my advantage, so
I don't give a shit if you didn't use it. All I know is if it wasn't in your favor, you wouldn't give two shits what Schwabe said. You'd jump channel and be like, what the F is this?
Well, yeah, I would.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, Dobo, he admits it, and he's like casual. He's like cavalier about it. He's like, yeah,
Well, 'cause,
whatever.
I mean, to be fair, one of you guys would take advantage of that, so yeah, you would take those resources. So
I would delete
yeah.
it.
Wow.
That's what
Yeah.
I would have done. I would have deleted it at the start of the match.
Did you delete it at least?
Did not.
Wow. Yo, you guys remember this shit. Sharky Dobo, you guys remember this shit.
Maybe we
you know,
need to. Maybe we need to start talking with Logan, and he'll tell us how to cheat.
shit,
Come on,
man.
that was funny, Logan. You can laugh a little bit.
I mean, it's a Bombard Tower. It's not like you have a town center next to those resources and take those
Yeah, but
resources. It's way
but
different.
The unfair part really is the fact that it's giving you vision.
Yep.
Not necessarily. It only had the resources. Only the resources. So yeah, of just that spot. I mean, that it has
Yeah,
really
but
nothing to do with it.
that
Like you
alone-
still can send.
But that alone is still an advantage, bro. What if I say,
Dude, I sent scouts. I mean, the scouts are sitting there as well, so it's like it really didn't matter. Like
I'm
it
just-
really didn't.
I'm just saying, if I killed the scouts, right, and then
I'm gonna send more, which we did. Like you saw how many scouts we kept sending on that left
you
side.
saw how many scouts I sent.
So, yeah, so it's the tower. Basically, if I took those resources, then the tower was a difference. All you needed to do was send in the ram and take it out, which I think in the second game you did or whatever. Like it didn't matter. So, and I never took those resources. So the tower was really just it did nothing. Yeah, it had. I guess I would admit that it had vision over the resources, but it didn't matter. I mean, it really the game. Never played on that side. It like the first one we pushed through and it didn't matter. Second game I wasn't even on left side, and yeah, so it was really that. Now talking about like I mentioned the boar thing, it changed. I looked at after the fact that basically like we didn't play it the way we should have. We were not efficient. Had nothing to do with it, and I already admitted that. So yeah.
Yo, Sharky and Dobo. Come on, man. You know what? Why this is such a monumental occasion for me is because the main guy who's got super OCD about the number of boars and bushes, who is Mr. If we gotta play a fair map, is the very same guy who's justifying why that's not really an advantage what he got. That to me is freaking hilarious. Now, you know what? If this is something that Dobo told me, I wouldn't give a shit. I'd be like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know why? Because Dobo doesn't make stupid comments about, like, oh my god, like, there's 5 boars here and 3 here. Like, I got fucked. He doesn't say that shit. And you know what? Sharky wouldn't even say that. But you! You! Like, really, I am Mr. Fair! With a capital F!
That's a big deal about it. It's like it's not that big of a deal. Like,
You know how you feel right now?
I know if John were here, he'd say something about that, like the impression of impropriety or the principle of the matter. But
No, but you get my point though. Like you're basically you're basically questioning my personality, which is really like offending. I mean, sorry, I have a problem that I like fair games. I mean, sorry. Like it's really what it is. Like so I'm just trying to make a fair game. Is that so hard to ask for?
So
Like
what he's saying is, if you want,
I'm always going to respond to something like so. Like you're basically, if no matter what, if you give someone 4 candies and I get 5, like I mean, I'm like, would I say something if someone catches me? Yeah, I would admit it, and that's what I did right now with the Bombard Tower. I mean, and like I don't know if you have 4 or whatever. So yeah, and I'm going to look at the board. So
Logan, all he's saying is you should have just deleted it from the get-go. No issue. It's like when I had 300 pop, but I refused to go over 200.
well, what if I was too busy? I mean, if you watch the replay, I went to that Bombard Tower probably twice in both games. That's it. It was never something like, oh, I gotta watch this Bombard Tower. Gotta watch it.
I know, but
It
all
had
I'm
nothing
saying-
to do with it.
All I'm saying
So
is, at the start of the game, when your villager's building houses or whatever, just go click delete.
yeah,
Not
I should have.
hard.
Sure, I agree. Sure,
Not hard.
but I didn't, so it doesn't matter. It had nothing to do with the game and didn't change anything. I never went get those resources, and yeah, maybe I think actually in the second game when we had that left, we did go there. So yeah,
And then you got.
well, mid was getting pushed, so yeah.
No. You went. You were pushing mid, and then you sent the villager, and he got murked by a horde of cavalry.
Which game? Game 2?
Yes.
All right, well, yeah, because we were focused mid. Didn't matter.
I just saw one villager. To one Diosaurus collapsed on it.
Yo, I'm just saying, I'm ragging on you. I don't give a shit about all this personality thing and personal hits. I ain't none about that shit.
Clearly you are. So yeah.
I know you
I'm
feel
just gonna
that.
see you later. So have a good night, guys.
Okay.
Good night, man.
Good night,
Good
bro.
night.
Alright.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Hold on, is the
Come on,
recording off?
guys.
Stop. Is the recording off?
It is still on. Do you want me to stop it?
Yes.